Hello. I don't know. I haven't been awake that long. I haven't been awake very long at all. But I woke up and my kid's not here. They're over at my mom's and I'm off, and so I wanted to say hi. Oh, it's Eastern Standard Time, but I don't go to sleep till about 3 a.m. So this is morning. I love your content. Pisces Punani. Oh, I'm going to add you just because of that name. Hi. Oh, hi, Melanie. That's good you took time from the West Coast. Hello. Barcelona. I'm a triple Scorpio from Texas. You are looking so rested and beautiful. Oh, yeah, they're not really that puffy, are they? Oklahoma. Hey, Jaded. Arkansas, Florida. Jaded. I had $300 worth of groceries come in from Walmart this morning. And they are sitting on the floor. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. We got Spain. We got Germany. I got quite a few of y'all from Germany. Detroit in the house. Hey, Tutu. I thought... Okay. I got $300 worth of groceries. Some shit needs to go in the freezer. Some of it needs to go in the fridge and is sitting on the floor. People say you're Romani. No. I have very old in my DNA chart Punjabi and Romania. But we have no way to know if that person was Romani. So I would never claim Romani. Why did you tell me in my dream? I don't know what I do in my dreams. I'm taking you home today. Where's Benny? What did you pick up for the Wily World? Me and Jade barely eat. So I get groceries like once every 2 months, and then I just get everything all at once. Hey, Jules Cobain. That's cool. Hey, White Rhythm. How you doing? I see you snuck in there. Remember. Oh, I'm coming over there later, if that's what you mean. You mean you're coming home with me when I go over there later? Could be the same person. Your baby picture of my Romanian daughter. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, I know. That's later. Yeah. I'm probably going to put my plans today are... I'm going to put the cold stuff up in the refrigerator, and the rest of the shit's going to sit on the floor until my kid gets home, because apparently I need a PA. Just so y'all know, whenever Jaded moves to the West Coast, I'm literally going to have to hire a PA. Ursula, please. Hey, Lee. They've got me blocked off the For You page right now. I'm serious. Y'all think I'm joking. I'm going to need a PA. Listen, Listen, Linda, listen. Listen. I'm good. I hope all of y'all are good. Because when I took over the family, when I became the head of the family, I paid all the bills. I took us all in the right direction. I keep us all secure. So therefore, everybody else did everything else. Personal assistant. Oh no, I'm not talking about a rich personal assistant. I'm talking about somebody young that I can just pay cash right now. I can't afford, hey Chaos Rose, to pay big time money. But everybody else did everything else, from like organizing shit to washing dishes to stuff like that. And I currently pay Jaded to do that. But then when Jaded leaves, like, I don't put up my own groceries. I don't even know where my groceries go. Like, I know they go in the cabinet, but I don't know the organizations of the cabinet. Wait a minute. You know the text that God mama. Let her live with no. So I'm going to need someone that's like half housekeeper, half PA. I'll be your PA for free if you teach me. Oh, thank you, Dominic. That's a lot of roses. But y'all don't have to send me any kind of gifts, just so you know. You don't have to. I do. Emojis are fine. But I appreciate the presents. Definitely appreciate them, but not necessary. You can just do emojis. No, you're amazing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, just letting y'all know. Hey, I got you, Sage. Yeah, I think Philip was the one who finally got me to grow out my hair. Oh, thanks. I was afraid I was going to look older with my gray hair, but the opposite happened. Oh, God, everything's going by so fast. Hey, I love y'all. Today you ride back home. I think that was White Rhythm. I do not have a Patreon. Hey, Georgia. I don't have a Patreon. I have a school and a website. I go in people's dreams a lot. I don't have any new tattoos. I'm proud of my gray hair now. Well, I had some rest. My earthly entrance. Oh, happy birthday, Mama Kerr. Thoughts on Thanksgiving. We started not celebrating Thanksgiving. It's been over a decade now, I know. Philip moved to YouTube. We do family and friends days sometime between the end of Thanksgiving and Christmas to make up for that. But God, we stopped celebrating Thanksgiving over a decade ago. Dragon blood today. All my ingredients ship. Oh, okay. Did you see our wedding post? Where? Hey, Arlie. Onyx, I did not. I did go by your page the other day, though. I think you're awesome and amazing. I bet you are, too. Do you work with the moon faces? You can. I do leave a link. Do I celebrate you? No, I do Christmas, but I'll tell you why in a minute. I do have a link in my school for people that want to incorporate moon phase magic into their stuff. You can build anything on top of physical magic. Anything. It doesn't interfere with anything, so you can build on top of it. Maternal milk has protective qualities. It's a sympathetic material. It has protective qualities because of the antibodies and stuff. It's good for physical health. It's good to help heal with sickness. Crumpet, are you doing a reading right now or no? No. So, I do Christmas. But let me tell you why. Because it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. And I know that the Christmas tree is pagan. Are you still with Philip? I don't discuss anything. I learned from what happened not to discuss that publicly. So I'll leave that up to you to decide, okay? When it comes to Philip. Huge inspiration for me. Haley, I bet there's something very inspirational you do that I would love. Do you have the fifth element? Yes, I do. Hi. Oh, let me tell you about Christmas. Okay, so I love Christmas. Merry Chrysler. Happy Crisis. I love Christmas. The only reason that I look forward to Thanksgiving Day is because that's when I can put up my Christmas tree. Hey, Mage. You're like the mom I never had. Oh, well, good. I'll be your substitute mom. Christmas. Because when I was young, before y'all, if y'all been with me long enough, you know everything went to shit after my grandma died. But before she died, we would use cedar trees because we're in the South. So we go out and cut down our own cedar trees. And this is one of the few memories that I have that are clear because I did it every year. And I would flip on my back and slide underneath the Christmas tree. And I would look up in the Christmas tree because we did have a multicolored light string that was there, but we also had another string of lights that would flash. And so every time it flashed, it would change what you saw looking upside down into the tree. And I would lay there for hours. And the reason I like old Christmas music is because the whole time that I'm up underneath the tree, my granny had one of those, you know those stereos that have a record player and it's long and wood and it kind of looks like a dresser? She had one of those, and the radio station that's all the way at the end on the FM, like 91 something, always played the old Christmas music. And so that's what I would do for hours. So I will, when it's Christmas time is on, I even do the way I do my Christmas tree. If y'all are old school, you will know what I'm talking about. There's no theme to our tree. And now that I'm 46, every ornament is handpicked or handmade. Because it happened quicker with my kid, with my mom, because she had 3 kids. But each year that went by, you got 3 more ornaments from school. They used to let you make them in school. The act of Christmas was a pagan religion, yeah. And so there's no theme to my Christmas tree. So once Jade got older and didn't do crafts, we'd go and pick an ornament, a family ornament. And so I have years worth of ornaments. It's never a theme. Each one of the ornaments has a story because that's the way I grew up doing it. It's like that. And it's one of the few times of year that I'm happy. Like, I leave my Christmas tree up way longer than most people because it makes me happy. Now, I don't have a problem with anybody that does the theme trees. I think it's gorgeous, but I'm just discussing my tree. But I also have homemade Hindu ornaments because when Jade was coming up, I didn't put any religion on her. So one year we made Hindu ornaments. So I printed and cut out different Hindu deities and stuck it on some shit with some glitter and put it up there. So, hi, user 56703667. So, Another thing is that I'm going to do this year that I didn't do last year is I haven't announced it yet, but any witch feet that wants to make me an ornament, I'm going to put it on the tree. Because I would like to incorporate a little bit more magic into it so that that tree becomes a tree of bountifulness, a tree of plentiness. So if we put, and I mean, I don't care if I literally get 100,000 ornaments, then I'm going to put 100,000 ornaments on there. But I want it to, for the whole time it's up, since that's such a positive thing for me, I would like to put those abundance. Thank you, Madam Meadow. I would like to put them on there so that everybody, you know what I'm saying? I think that because I love Christmas so much, because of the happiness I had, that part of me, which we don't see often, is bursting at the seams. And so I would like to expand that out to everyone. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's over there. For abundance and prosperity, you can hang it in there. Say it ain't so. If you go to my Twitter, my address is on there. But I'm going to make a post about this. And I'm just going to put my address up there. So, I think I went live one year when we did our tree. That's not stupid, Ginger. I will put it in my Discord. Yeah. The only thing is I have to, of course, the post is going to be very happy, but then I have to warn people that if you are trying to send something shady, you're going to lose everything. So, I'm going to make that clear. If you try to send an hexed object, not only is it not going to work, but you're going to lose everything. Yeah, very good, Gingerbread. I have a Discord, but it's a student-only Discord. Why, thank you, Kim. Okay, I'm already with you. Please go live when you put up your tree. No, it's student-only, Mage. But it's that way for a reason, because I don't shit-talk in there. It's only for school. Oh, whoa, thanks. Thanks for all these little things. Again, you don't have to send anything. I like emojis, but thank you. Hiya. No, I like weird gifts. No, I meant a hater is going to have my address, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, if they try to slide something in there, it's going to have the opposite effect for them. You're a big inspiration for me. Well, thank you, Paul. I bet you do something that I would find really inspirational as well. The Vibing Sloth. I like that name. Kimby's Magical Crystals. I haven't forgot you. I just haven't had a chance to make a video. Please go live. I'll go live when I put up the tree. I'll buy the classes when I can afford. They are going to be there forever. Don't warn them. Let them find out. I could, but I would rather just let them know. Need to make you an ornament. I adore you. Fuki, the Shield Maiden, I bet you are awesome and would be adored too. Hey, ATR, love you. Divine, you are so freaking sweet. I can be. I would love to make an ornament to send you. Do you have a P.O. box? Positively, I'm going to make a post and just put my address up there. Persient, I don't know what that word means. I love Monty Python. Thank you for the hand heart. Can boneset be used in baneful work? I don't remember. I have to look. Satan Burb is over there. He's fine. I love you so much. I can't believe I'm watching you live and not on YouTube. Lilybug, I got you. Our egg cleanses appropriation. I just went through that, dude. Look at my go-to Witchfoot 2.0. That's where I go into it. I didn't go into it on my main page. Yes, bonicet can be used. But what is the what's the correlation Brewitched? Since I don't remember that person right there. Y'all see that person right there? Brewitched. That's another good old school kind of person to learn from. Brewitched, write something up there. Hey, Cuban things. Write something else, Brewitched. Right there, it says it can be stopped to stop people in their track. Any suggestions on helping my husband find peace with his cancer? I tried everything I can. Emily, is it the kind that you can live from, or is it the kind that you're not going to live from? Hey, Dina. It was good to meet you in person. Yeah, this live. How many are your actual accounts? This one, Witchfoot 2.0 and Witchfoot results. Yeah. I'm looking for Emily's answer. Are you still dating Ryan? Oh. Gosh. Well, Emily, I'm unfamiliar with what people normally go through, which is no, Lila, I wish I did, but they can get killed for that. I'm unfamiliar about the stages that people go through, but I'm going to tell you about my mother. Okay, my mother has a cancer. Right. So I feel compelled to tell you about my mother's story, okay? Just in case you run into this. And if anybody, this may be very triggering, because I may talk about unaliving someone, okay? So if you're, I'm going to go really deep for a second for Emily's sake. So if the thought of unaliving is triggering to you, you may want to leave and come back, okay? So, Emily, my mother has cancer. And this is the second time she's having to have it cut out in a year. And, okay, Shannon. And she is 71. I don't know your husband's name. I'm sure it's harder if somebody else is young. She's 72, I'm sorry. And she told me very clearly, because she watched one of her aunts die from the same cancer way back when she was little. And back then they didn't have the kind of medications or the option to over-medicate. And she's very concerned about it. And I've taken care of my mom for the last 21 or so years. So she made it clear to me that after they cut it out the second time, this is the kind that can jump. So if it comes back again, or if it jumps, she's not getting chemo. We just watched my aunt die from chemo. She died quicker from the chemo than she did from the cancer. And my mom made it very plain to me. Now, my mom's a tiny little woman. She made it very plain to me that if this skips and it gets into her system, number one, she's not going to have chemo. And number two, once it gets too bad, she is going to, when I'm not home, crawl into the bathtub. So I don't have much to clean up. And I think that's honorable. I think that's very honorable. She's always said that because she doesn't want to rot away. And I won't. Very honorable. And I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because she has a lot of regrets in life. And she became stronger a lot later in life. And I find that if she wants to do that, considering how weak she was to how strong she began, I think that is honorable. That she wants to have some control over that. So when your husband gets into bad places, I think it's good to try your best to see it when he's trying to do something in an honorable way. I'm not upset. I know it looks upset, but I'm touched by the fact that she said that. I'm not doing it. It would be illegal in the U.S., yes. I'm not doing it. What I'm saying is she said that when I'm out or something, she's going to get into the bathtub and take care of it herself. So what I'm saying is, I'm not upset, y'all. I find it, she used to be a really weak bitch. And through living with me, she got to see things to a different method. Now she's a really strong woman. Right, so I'm going to tell you about fear and death in a minute. So when he gets upset or he's worried, like make him feel like he's the knight that he is. Or like, I am touched by her bravery. Or like the movie, what is that, 37 Ronin? With Keanu Reeves in Japan. Make him understand that you love him, and if he gets tired of the fight, you understand. Right? The one thing, 47, the one thing these people feel bad about is their loved ones seeing them wither away. Okay? But let me tell you something about dying, because I was dead, Emily. And where is Emily? In case he ever wants to talk about it. All right, I just followed you back. Seriously, in case he ever wants to talk about it. Let me tell you about dying, okay? I died for over like 15 minutes back when I was 21. It's on my YouTube. But let me tell you. Dying, the act of dying, it's horrifying. It's so scary because your body is made not to die. So your body will do everything in its power not to die. Okay? It's very scary. But here's the thing. Once you're dead, you're like, oh, why was I so scared? So it is really just the act of dying that is scary. And it's literally your physical body trying everything to not do that. The reason it's not scary when you die of old age or when you die from a long sickness, if you're conscious, is because you see the people come to get you. Everybody has someone who comes to get them. You can ask anybody that works in hospice. Yeah, all the stuff about when I died is over on my YouTube. So that's why they get calm. But if you aren't planning to die, if you aren't planning to die, and you die, you're just like it's scary. Like, I don't want to die. And then when you die, you're like, no, I don't want to die. Oh, what was I so scared for? I don't want to leave here. Thanks. It is 180. Hey, which bitch? 180 once you're dead. And I can tell you about, I did not have a near-death experience, y'all. I was fucking dead, okay? There's a big difference. What about if you take your own life because you're playing? Okay, so there's two. I'll tell you the I'm gonna call it. I think that TikTok might pick up the word unaliving now. So what can I use instead of the S word or the unaliving word? What can I use? Let's use a token word. Pick a word. What's going to mean it? Instead of unaliving or instead of slew or slide. Tapping out. We're going to do tapping out. Let's do tapping out. So when I was over there, I learned really weird things, but I'm only going to talk about tapping out. So when you tap out, you are, except for two exceptions, you're stuck here on this plane, but you're invisible. Okay? And supposedly it's until the last person who's you're tapping out affected until they pass on or until they find happiness. Okay? But there was two exceptions. Who's behind me on my left? This person? I'll tell you about that in a minute. It's not my relative. Accidental tapping outs didn't count. And you're going to be tapping out in a little bit anyway because of a terminal illness doesn't count. Well, we're talking about a self-expiration date. So a lot of people accidentally tap out. And then a lot of people, like my mom, know they're going to be tapping out permanently. So they just go ahead and, ODs are accidents. But people, and I didn't understand it because a lot of people tap out because they have mental illness. But that's what they said. That they stay here in a helper type situation. But they didn't give me the reasoning. And as I can say, I don't have a resource for this, y'all. This is just what happened when I was. So, and some people, y'all ever heard of a Dybbuk? Well, they still have human emotions. They stay here long enough. They have to stay here long enough that they eventually come to a peace. But y'all know what a Dybbuk? You ever heard of Dybbuk? Yeah, I'm up front. When I talk about this, the only source is that I was dead. So, a Dybbuk is, this is going to upset a lot of people, but I'm going to say it anyway. When you have someone that has millions of people, like Chester Pennington, ODs are accidents. That's a long time to be stuck here. It's a long time. Millions of people. And sometimes when a soul is earthbound too long, because you still retain the human mind, they go crazy. And they will do anything to get back inside of a body. My mom hadn't passed yet. I witnessed pitch black while I was out there. I will tell you, ash to ash, they will do anything. They go crazy. And that's when you get a Dybbuk. And so it's very, very rare though. So like the Dybbuk box you see on eBay is not a Dybbuk box. But they go insane. They'll do anything, anybody to get back into a body. Okay, so when you first die, Brittany or Ash to Ash, that's how you know the difference between a near-death experience and somebody who actually died. So, and by the way, this is source Witchfoot. So, when you very first die, unless it's violent, when I say violent, I mean something that knocks you out of your body. Well, if it's a violent car wreck or something like that. If it's not violent where you're knocked out, when you first die, you're that blackness, you see blackness first. That's it. And you're like, oh my God, There's nothing. I was wrong. There's nothing. I'm going to be here forever. That is the you ever heard people talk about the cord? So there's like an attachment between your non-physical body and your physical body. While that's still attached, it'll be black nothingness. And you can feel like you can do like this while you're in there. And it's just infinite nothingness. That's how you know someone actually died. Not that they had a near-death experience. The blackness, yes, that's the void. And that's what happens when you have to wait for the brain to turn off. So when the brain turns off, in other words, if something happened to your heart or your breathing, you'll be in the black for a little bit until the brain turns off. Then you'll leave. But the brain is the seat of the soul, and so that's why when the consciousness of the brain cuts off, that's when you go. So, no, dying doesn't solve anyone's problem. So, it's like the in-between, social dragon, because the soul is like a quantum being, but you're basically, that's what I call the in-between. Some people call it the void, whatever you want to call it. But you can disconnect so your body can die, but your brain takes a little bit longer to go. So as soon as the brain shuts off, the consciousness shuts off, phew, that's when you go. No, it's just straight darkness. If you see a tunnel of light or anything like that, that's a near-death experience created by your brain because it don't like to die. But then you go whooshing off like the movie Stargate, and then you're in a place that's a place, but it's the cosmos, but it's a place all at the same time. I can't even put it into words. It's on my YouTube, though. Again, am I still dating Ryan? I learned from the last time that I'm not going to put that stuff on the internet, and I'm not going to talk about it. So you'll just have to think for yourself on that. I won't be talking about that anymore. I learned not to do it publicly. And that's no offense to you. The title of the video is That Time I Died. I had an NDE. Somebody said, I had an NDE. It was nothingness. If you had nothing black, then that wasn't an NDE. Are you into Santeria? No. Mm-mm. I appreciate you, Emily. Oh, I am going to YouTube full time. Yeah, I don't have any full videos on TikTok anymore. They cut off and tell you to go to my YouTube. But I wasn't going to leave here. I'm still going to talk to y'all, and I'll still have funny videos. But those who want to learn are going to have to go over to the YouTube. What happens when you check out against your will? Like a regular car accident. What do you mean when I'm check out? You're still gonna go over there. You still go over there. For that, you want to do a custom working appointment. What is the name of YouTube again? Witchfoot. There's a link in my bio, too. Where in America do you live? South Kakalaka? Can the other side communicate with you in your dreams? From my experience with other people, yeah. Do you ever feel unsafe being a witch? No, but that's because of borderline personality disorder. I don't have that emotion. Seriously, when I should. Fear is a good thing. But it's also a type of self-preservation. South Carolina, I'm on the east coast of United States. We don't have self-preservation. So even when we should be scared, we usually get mad. Yes, witchfoot.com. It's hard to get through my link, though. Sometimes you just have to go straight there. Hey. The first time, I had never had a panic attack before, right? Because I don't feel fear. The first time I had a panic attack, I don't know how y'all function with the emotion of fear. I don't know how y'all function with that emotion. I could never. It's no wonder people freeze. Like, when I finally felt a panic attack, I understand now when something happens to you and you freeze or you go along with it. It's handicapping. It's handicapping. I could never deal with that kind of emotion. I just mean fear, period. Like, I get it. I would never. Anxiety is different from panic. I could never live with a fear emotion. It is debilitating. Like everything, it's ultimate doom. Like, it's handicapping. I'm like, oh my God. I'm glad I don't have this. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have that. It's debilitating. Different things. I've heard different stories when people go in under anesthesia. Some people like be walking outside their bodies, watching their surgery. Some people like me don't remember shit. Yeah, like I could never. Okay, so there are two benefits to having borderline personality disorder. Okay, you can go through something awful and it doesn't give you any kind of lasting trauma, and you don't have fear. When I was 17, I'm fixing to talk about tapping out again. So, when I was 17, I rode with my friend Laura. She used to pick me up for school in the mornings, and I rode with her. And the previous night, she had broken up with her boyfriend. And I am still undiagnosed, by the way. And when we get to school, we just got to school. You know how when you're sitting out of the car, and so you can you're standing up and you're leaning on the door like this? That's what we were both doing because her ex-boyfriend was standing in front of the car crying with after he cried and yelled for a little bit, he had a GUN. And I now know, look, she's panicking. And I'm like, what's this motherfucker got a gun for? What is he going to do? And he was just like, if you don't come back to me, I'm going to kill myself. And she was like, oh, I can't come back to you. And he was like, he starts crying. He's like, right there in the parking lot. And I was like, did you just see that? Did you just see that? Did you see what I saw? Right there. And I realized immediately that my reaction was incorrect. I had to check myself real quick. And I ran over to Lori to act like I was trying to comfort her. She's devastated. And I'm still like, oh, don't look. God, his brains are it. It's okay, Laurie. It's okay. I realized that my reaction was absolutely not normal. Not normal. At all. It's not. And I don't relive that. I remember it very clearly. No, I did years of therapy, so I don't have to pretend anymore, but it does not. This is why I get so mad at the psychology industry because I was faking mama mode. I was 17. No, I still didn't know I had, no. The normal reaction is to be horrified by what you just saw. and to immediately go help your friend. And I was just like you're seeing something once in a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? like if you were outside and you saw a meteor that was really bright, you'd be like, oh my God, look at that. That's how we react. But I realized immediately, or very soon afterward, look, there was nobody around me that caught me doing that, okay? I knew what I should do, so I ran over there because, oh my God, she was headed for him, and he did it really close, and I was like, no, don't touch him, let's go over here. But it doesn't traumatize you. So you don't dream about it, and you don't develop any phobias, literally nothing. No. Who said it's disassociating? No. It's not disassociation. If it was disassociation, we wouldn't remember every single thing that happened. That's why it's another thing that they teach you that's wrong on the psychology side. You don't disassociate when you see these things at all. It's not desensitized either. You remember every single detail. You could retell that story every day. It's not disassociation. Borderlines disassociate for absolutely no good reason. Let me give you an example. When I worked at a kennel, I lacked sympathy for a very long time, and empathy. When I worked at a kennel, just feeding the dogs, I'd be back there getting all the dogs' food ready, and then I'd just fucking check out for like 30 minutes. For no reason. I'm just making dog food. So we tend to check out for no reason. There's no compartmentalization. This is why people think they think we're little. We're not. It's just not traumatic to us. No, but a lot of PTSD things are mistaken. Look, if you have borderline personality disorder, let me tell you a really quick, cut and dry way. If you suspect you have borderline personality disorder, very easy. None of your traumas bother you. I ate some grapes back when I was about 20. Y'all get what I'm saying? Got some grapes. Grape. Don't care. Never had any problem with men. Don't get scared when they're around. Didn't change my sexual appetite. Didn't make me fearful of men. It's happened and it sucked. And eventually I was able to handle that. But it's not, you're mad. Or if you're a quiet BPD, you're sad. But no. Seriously. You didn't block it. That's the difference. Right there. So you could literally, you're not traumatized by it. That's it. You'd be mad. Or if you're quiet, you'd be sad. That's it. There's no trauma scarring. Quiet BPDs. So you have loud, the most prominent BPD is getting loud, getting violent, being verbal. But there's a quiet, no, we don't feel fear. There's a quiet BPD. It's like an introvert that has BPD. The sight of my grandma in the coffin didn't even traumatize me. It's not there. I don't know another way. And that is the difference. If you feel trauma, if it affects you, it causes a change in your behavior, you are not BPD. It's that simple. They're trying to combine EU, PD with BPD, and I write every organization, and I sneak into their little meetings that they have, because I'm like, absolutely not. You cannot combine these. They are two entirely different things. Our fear of abandonment is desperation. There's a difference. It is not. When I had a panic attack once, that's when I knew the difference. It's desperation is the feeling, not actual fear. You're desperate to do anything to keep that person from eating, but it is not fear. They're wanting to classify all of BPD as emotional instability personality disorder, and I'm like, absolutely not. I have snuck into those meetings and lit those people up. So BPD has some very definite things that makes them extremely different and dangerous than EUPD. EUPD it has to be separate. There is always a trigger for BPD. The problem is that when people are looking back trying to find their trigger, they're not looking back from a child's mind. Okay? So when you look back, usually it happens before the age of 10 or 11, the triggering event that turns on the BPD. But when people, they're like, I don't remember that happening. These are the two things you need to do. Number one, look back from a child's point of view. Because, for instance, if you were 5 and you were walking and you saw that your best friend dog had been pasted all over the pavement, that can be triggering for you. That could have been your switch. Another thing, if you have parents, ask them if there was ever an event that happened where you checked out for about 3 days as a kid. You'll check out about 2 or 3 days. They might even have to look for you. You don't speak or nothing. And say what happened. If they can tell you, say what happened before that. And that'll be your trigger. They're trying to group together other disorders and add borderline personality disorder with it and call it emotional instability personality disorder. And I'm like, Yes. So hey, psych witch, it's just people look back with the wrong. There's always a trigger, and you almost always have not an immediate relative, but an uncle, aunt, or cousin that has schizophrenia. That's what I'm fighting, Velvet Blood. They're trying to do that over here, and I fight it tooth and nail. Because we require a completely different type of therapy. And I'm fighting it tooth and nail. Absolutely not. When you start this is why therapy doesn't work for BPD now. This is why so many people with BPD thinks it's hopeless now. Because they're not doing the correct therapy for it. And so people with BPD now think there's no hope. And it's infuriating. And if you start grouping in EUPD, it's going to make the situation worse. We are very different, and we need a very different therapy that I have to fight for. I will go incognito. I've even pretended to be on the food serving people in order to get into these conferences. Because we require such a different type of therapy. The difference is when you truly have BPD, it does you no good. They think, oh God, someone with BPD needs to be a psychiatrist. So when you explain to the psychologist that you do not have trauma from the event, they don't believe you. They think you're suppressing it, and they want to put you through CBT or DBT so you can talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. We don't have to. There's nothing for us to work through. because we for real aren't traumatized. And so they try to push those therapies on us and it doesn't work. We have to have the neuroplasticity treatment. So basically, the only therapy we need is for you to tell us how to fix it. You got to tell us how to fix it. It's a type of neuroplasticity treatment. Because, let me put it to you like this. If you have BPD, the problem is your amygdala. Go look up a diagram of your amygdala, okay? Everybody pay attention, because I'm about to tell you. Okay? Your amygdala. Well, the difference is there's a physical problem. Okay? So I want you to think of the amygdala in the human brain as an interstate. You know, like 10 lanes. 10-lane interstate. And there are entrance and exit ramps all over. Like you got an aerial view. Okay? On a person with BPD, for thousands of miles of interstate, there might be 5 exits combined on and off. That's it. That's it. Like if you look at the amygdala, we got 5. That's it. So the therapy, the neuroplasticity therapy that you go through starts building the exits so that you have lots of exits all up and down like a almost normal person. And that requires neuroplasticity therapy. And there is no other way. If you didn't know me, you might think I was a little off, but you would never think that I have borderline personality disorder. You would never think it. Never. Because I've been doing that kind of therapy for a little over 10 years now. Oh no, I'm 46. 15 years. And the only medication that you need is an SSRI. And the only reason you need the SSRI is because we have a pit of loneliness that is not like other people. It doesn't feel like you're lonely around other people. It feels like you're alone in the whole entire fucking existence of the universe. It's like a taproot that goes through you, through your soul, all the way down to the center of the earth. And the SSRI blocks that. And that's what allows you to do the therapy. Hey, Auntie Sissy Danny. And that's the only thing that you need is the SSRI. You can't do the therapy without turning that off. Because you have to turn that off because you can't fix that. That is the absence of self. That is why they call us borderline personality, because we have no self at all. We don't have one, which is why we don't have self-preservation. We don't know what self-love is. We rarely commit tapping out because what are we going to kill? We don't know what that is. We may not like our life at that time. We may not like our situation. But we're not... Kill what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Literally, if a car is crashing and I'm standing on the sidewalk and it's flipping towards me, it will look like I'm waiting to the very last minute, and I'll be like, all right, I just need to go like 2 feet this way, and I'll watch the car roll on by. We calculate. We don't. People will think we're brave because we snatched a kid from out in front of a car and we got hit by the car. No, we calculate. The calculation is, if that 35-mile-an-hour car hits that 2-year-old, they might die. If that 35-mile-an-hour car hits me, maybe I'll break a leg. Maybe. We calculate. So when they're saying that was so selfless, yeah, it really was, because we don't have one. We don't have one. It doesn't mean anything in the spirit world. It hasn't changed me with the spirit world. An SSRI is a serotonin reuptake inhibitor. So Celexa, Zoloft. Zoloft is really, really good for borderline personality disorder. But the 200 milligrams, but y'all won't wait the month that it takes to kick in. Shock therapy does help some people. Who that? Oh, okay.
Holy shit, Batman.
I was on Zoloft for from the age of 20 to the age of 44. What? And I started, once I got less stress, I started having secondary symptoms. And so I tried some herbal backup, but it didn't work. So my mom had taken Celexa, and it worked great for her. So I switched over to Celexa. But Zoloft, the thing is, you have to advocate for yourself, because Zoloft is an old medicine, and the drug companies don't push it. So you have to stick to your guns. You have to advocate for yourself and go, I want to be on Zoloft 200, period. And you have that right. But it takes about a month, 3.5 weeks to a month. You'll be really like, you'll be numb. You'll be like, I don't feel anything. And then after about 3.5, 4 weeks, you'll wake up randomly one morning and you'll be like, I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. And y'all won't wait for it. Stratifa. I don't know what that is. How would you reckon? Well, I was misdiagnosed for... I was diagnosed incorrectly at 20. And stayed misdiagnosed for another 12 years. Seroquel works really good for someone. Antipsychotics work for us. Some of them, lithium, I lost all my hair on lithium. Antipsychotics work for us, but they tend to have side effects on people. Well, here's the thing, Sandy Bottom. The problem is none of the medicines are going to work if they don't provide you with the therapy you need, which is why I'm organizing it to get it on YouTube for free. If you have the correct therapy, you don't need anything for anxiety. You don't need anything for sleep. The only thing you need is what turns off that pit of despair. So that's the reason why medications just seem not to work, or you have to change your medication. Unfortunately, with BPD, there is no medication that is going to stop your symptoms except for that bottomless pit. You have to put in the work, and people don't want to do it. They want to be sick for some reason. But my thing was, this is how I got the therapy that I got. I'm going to tell y'all exactly what happened. Okay? Is everybody ready? I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. No, it's in the mind, the brain. Okay? I want to tell you what happened? Okay. So, I was misdiagnosed as OCD and bipolar, just like most of y'all, at the age of 20, and I was put on Zoloft. And... oh, blah-dee, blah-da, life goes on or whatever. And then when my kid was 3.5, she ran from me. And when I caught her, I pinned her to the steps with my hand on her throat. And I was like, oh, That's not good. I'm dressed. I'm just on live. No, you can talk.
Keys to the scooter?
They are hanging in the washroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to bring you 2 sets of hanging in there.
Hold on. My brother's here.
No black keys.
Check in the scooter.
I already did.
Then they must have fallen. I can't look right now. Is he wanting to do it today?
Yeah, and I told him that he wasn't getting the keys to it until he come over here and said thank you. I was just going to go out there and see if it sparked up or whatever and going to haul it to him. But
I'm going to have to look and see if they fell because they were there. The little black plastic key. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh. So I had pinned little Jaded at 3.5 to the stairs with my hand. And I was like, oh, that's not good. That's bad. So I went to the emergency room. And they were like, we're sorry, but you're not crazy enough because you didn't actually unalive someone. And I was like, really? 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 So, about 6 days later, at the time I was a short order cook with one of my really close friends. And we were working in a restaurant. We were doing the cooking. It's rush hour. We got like 80 tickets. Right? We're going good. We're flowing like a machine. And in the middle of it, she loses her shit on me. Screaming at me. And at that moment, the only thing that I truly wanted to do was to grab her by the back of her neck and drown her into the deep fryer, even if it burnt my hand. Like I was shaking, preventing myself from doing that. Okay? So instead of doing that, I dropped everything and I left. And I went to the emergency room. And I told them, there's a lady in here a lot. I told them, I need help. I almost murdered someone. No, it had nothing to do with the job. I said, I almost murdered someone. So they put me in my own waiting room, right? And I guess they do all the phone calls they can do. And the nurse comes in and she goes, I'm sorry, Miss Sands, but since you're not actively wanting to harm yourself or others, she got that out. That's how much she got out. And I stood up and I shoved her out of the way, pushed her down, opened the door that led to their side, right? The little nurse's desk in the hospital. And I said, and my mom is the one that, I was so mad that my mom is the one that told me this. I said, you don't want to help me? I'm going to go home and I'm going to get my double barrel shotgun and I'm going to come back in here and I am going to shoot each and every one of you on this floor since you don't want to help me. And I whipped around and I headed out and went out back into my little waiting room out the door, and I got caught before I got to the exit doors. So now I'm in active anger. And I'm being, well, they tried to be nice. And so I was already gone. I was gone. And I had to be jumped or whatever. And I had to be, I don't know, I got a big old Thorazine shot. Because once you allow yourself to go, this is why I tell you that we can be dangerous without even realizing it. They allowed me to go into that space. There's always a lady whispering in the background on my stuff. They allowed me to go into that space and I lost it. I lost it. And I stayed that way because I needed to be observed. So that made me more mad. Because once I came out from the Thorazine or whatever they gave me, I'm in a jacket, those straight jackets. Now I'm worse because they don't know what they're dealing with. And I told him, I was like, I will dislocate my own shoulder. I'm not playing. I will 100% dislocate my own shoulder to get out of this jacket if y'all do not take this jacket off and treat me like a fucking adult. It was ridiculous. And they still didn't listen. So when the person watching me heard the pop of my shoulder, that's when they went and woke up someone. Woke up a psychiatrist. Because I 100% pulled it right out of socket. Like, I'm not, no. We can be extremely dangerous. Not the quiet ones, but the regular ones. Yeah, that wasn't going to strap. That damn straight jacket wasn't going to help me. No, I'll just pop it right out of socket. I was not having it. And, like, black and white photos strangely coming right now. Oh, yeah, I'll talk about them in a minute. And get dragged for a long while. Yeah, we don't care at that point. And that's when they got a psychiatrist in there. And then they had to, they undid me and they were going to surgically reset my shoulder. But you can reset your shoulder by slamming it into a wall, a hard wall. And so I just did that. And they're like, this bitch is crazy. And I'm like, because you won't help me. If you would help me, I'm telling you that I know I'm this way. So, grippy sock vacation, here we come. But it's worse. It's worse, y'all. So, they send me to a place called Three Rivers in Colombia. Outside of... Anyway. And I don't think they still understood what they were dealing with. Because this was like a really nice rich people place where they just pet you and you have group therapy. And I told them I don't want to go into group therapy. And so they were like, you have to go into group therapy. I was like, I don't think you understand what my issue is. These people are depressed. They're sad. That is not what I am. You really don't want to put me in a group setting. So they put me in a group setting. And they did group therapy. And everybody's like, oh, my name is so-and-so. And I'm feeling depressed because of my job. Now, depression is legitimate. So don't misunderstand that I think it's less than. But there are different tiers of illnesses. And this other one's like, I don't know what's wrong with me. You know, I tried to attempt suicide. So they go around the room. And then they get to me and they're like, and I was like, my name's Jennifer. And I want to kill every motherfucker in this room right now. Okay, so I was then forced out of, no, the bells was the bird. I was then forced out of Three Rivers. And they sent orderlies to me. And so then it was on. It was on. I was not having it. I had gotten hold of a pin when they tried to come get me because the dumbass had a pin on his lapel. And I was jabbing them until they got me all down and they Thorazine me again. And then when I woke up, I looked like Hannibal Lecter because I had been biting them and stuff. So I looked like Hannibal Lecter. And I'm like, they have a sit down chair like you have prisoners. I'm strapped to the sit down chair. And I have a thingy. So I can't do anything. And then in order to get me in the ambulance, the sit down chair stretches out into a straight board. So I'm strapped to a board and I have my little mask on and I am headed to Bull Street. Now, if you live in South Carolina, everybody knows about Bull Street, okay? This is the dumping ground. This is a dumping ground. We do not do forensic psychiatry down here, so that's also where they send those people. If you're schizophrenic, you go to Bull Street forever. If you committed a crime but you're mentally insane, you go to Bull Street. And so they don't care what happened. So lucky for me, there's no back door to enter Bull Street, let me just tell you, okay? Bull Street in Columbia. There's no back door to bring patients in. I am brought into the dangerous unit in the middle of the day. It's like 3 p.m. I am irate, even though my Thorazine has worn off, and I come in looking like Hannibal, which is good if you're being dumped into Bull Street. Okay? Because if someone is brought into Bull Street strapped down and masked, that's a serious problem. People give you a wide berth. And I had to be put in a separate room before I got in my pod. They have pods like prison. And I wasn't medicated yet. And so I had to go in my pod, and they had like the biggest dude. And, you know, he goes, I'm going to unstrap you. And if you try anything, we're just going to Thorazine you and leave you in here in a thump. And I had enough restraint that I stayed there, but I stared at him the whole time. I'm being unstrapped or whatever. And so they went to take my, took my thing off or whatever. And then they came back in like 15 minutes later, and they said, the staff wants us to put this back on you so they can evaluate you. And I was like, no, I'm fine. I'm calm now. Right? In my head, I'm not calm. Now I'm mad because these people are supposed to help me and they want to treat me like cattle. But I was like, no, I'm fine now. I was like, that was a rage. I'm over, you know. And so no, she doesn't have BPD. And so they came in to evaluate me, and they start talking about me like I'm not there. They're right there in front of me. They're talking about me and what's wrong with me. Like I'm not there. 0.5 seconds, I have the pen, and I've ripped off the metal clip from the clipboard, and I'm going at it. That's her job. Too bad. I fucked that bitch up. I don't even know who she was. And so then, of course, they ran in, and then they Thorazine me, and I was in a lump on the floor. And they gave me a bigger Thorazine. I think I was out like 12, 14 hours. And so now no one will come in, and all I wanted was a psychiatrist. And they were like, this is so-and-so in psychology. I was like, no, I want a psychiatrist. If you bring anything other than a psychiatrist in here, I'm going to hurt them. You don't remember. It's not a good nap, so you don't remember. Right? And so they left me alone, and I was like, I don't need to get out to pee. I'll piss and shit in the corner right here. I don't care. And I did. And finally, on the end of the second day, they said, you know, Miss Sands, we have a psychiatrist coming in the morning, but, you know, you haven't been able to eat. You need to go to the bathroom. I was like, no, I shit and pissed in the corner. I'm not coming. I'm telling you I will hurt you. You're telling them that you will hurt them. I said, I'll hurt you. I don't care who you are. You're not a person to me. Anyway, third day, the psychiatrist comes to the door, and he was like, you know, my name is Dr. So-and-so. And I was like, how do I know you're a fucking psychiatrist? And he takes his little smartphone, and he pulls it up, and so it has his, you know, his degrees and stuff. And then I immediately calmed down. Calm down. And after talking to him, he was looking through my chart, and he goes, you don't have OCD, you don't have bipolar. And he started asking me questions, and I got suspect because I was like, has this guy been following me? How does he know this much about me? And he goes, at the end, he goes, you have borderline personality disorder. I was like, fuck you. I don't even know what that is. So he gave me the DSM, and I was like, oh, shit. I literally have every single symptom. And I looked at him, and I said, I don't have time to be mentally ill. And he was like, I was like, I do not have time to be mentally ill. I'm losing money being down here. I have to take care of my mother, my father, my kid, and my brother. I don't have time to be mentally ill, so I need to know how to fix this. So to me, there was no slow. I couldn't afford slow. I had people to take care of. And that is how I got my therapy. Right there at Bull Street, which never happens. And that's why I say you have to advocate for yourself. I can't afford to be mentally ill. I can't. And the next 3 days, he would spend hours with me teaching me the same way of doing therapy that I'm going to teach y'all on YouTube. He would come in specifically. We weren't supposed to be seen by the psychiatrist. We were supposed to be done by the orderlies and the volunteer therapist. But he knew that he could tell that I was not kidding. And so for 3 solid days, he would spend 5 to 6 hours with me doing the therapy. So that by the 6th day, I could be let out. So since I know that there's very few psychiatrists that even have a BPD patients, that's why I'm gonna put it up on YouTube so that all of y'all can go do it for yourself. Nope. DBT and CBT are not needed. We don't have any trauma to work out. He taught me how to force neurons to grow. It's forcing neuroplasticity. So the thing is DBT and CBT are really good if you have traumas that still affect you. When something big happens to a person with BPD, we're like, okay, that sucked, and so those are ineffective for us. The only thing we need is how to stop the thinking cycle. We just need to be taught how to rewire. Yeah, I'm going to teach it. That's it. We don't need to talk about that. It doesn't affect us like it affects normal people. We just need to know how to grow the new wires. And the way it's done, it was so simple the way it's done. I'm like, why is this so hard to spread? But stuff works it goes slower than the government inside of psychology. Do you think autism is ecological? No, I haven't seen him since the 6th day I was there. I'm gonna upload the whole thing. I'm trying to figure out the lingo that I need to use to relieve myself of liability, right? Because I'm not a doctor. And so I have to figure out exactly what to say before I show the method. And I'm making sure that I have all of that. We have a lot of people blaming it. No, you can't blame it on your BPD. That's not an excuse. It's a reason. It is 100% a reason. It's not an excuse. Ever. Ever. Yeah, but I'm trying to cover everything because YouTube is worldwide. So I'm looking around and making sure it's the same thing for different countries. BPD is very simple. It doesn't need to analyze. It's because what makes it so hard is because if you are born normal, or not normal, but the majority of the population is born with the self. When you don't have a self, that is impossible to explain to someone. It's impossible to explain to someone that you are missing a part of your the mind's framework. Oh, okay, Mage. So it's impossible for them to understand that you do not have a self, because a self is a part of the mind. It's not a physical item. No, I don't think they have more than one person. What does somebody have? Oh, dear. Sorry. How do you define self? It's easier to find what we don't have, right? And I explained that earlier. I don't know if you were here. But it's explaining what we're missing is the best way to explain the lack of self. No, actually, BPD's emotions are rarely reality and rarely the truth. Does anybody know what a strangler fig is? It's a plant called a strangler fig. It's not an illusion, trust me. I don't have one, it's not. Nope, yes, nope, nope. Yes. I can't take ashwagandha because of my heart. All right, I have a lot of no's. So, in rainforests, there is a vine called a strangler fig. And it starts out as a little tiny vine, and it will climb up a tree. You know, these trees are like 80 feet high. It'll climb all the way up to the very, very top to get sunlight. Okay? And over a process of 50 to 80 years, that vine gets huge. So instead of being a little tiny vine, each part of the vine is like this big, and it weaves a framework around the tree. And eventually it squeezes the tree so much that the tree dies and eventually decays. And so when you see this tree, it looks like a hollow tree. You can step inside of it and look straight up to the top, because the strangler fig has formed the shell of the tree. BPD, or what's left after the tree decays. That's what a BPD person is. So when you have that trigger, the tree disintegrates and disappears. It's gone. And what you're left is that shell that looks like a tree. So that's what a BPD person is. You're the strangler fig after the tree has already decayed. The trigger causes that tree to decay and disappear, and the only thing left is that artificial shell that the strangler fig produced. That's what BPD is. Looks like a tree, even when you get really close. But if you look inside, that's not a tree. So, but it's living. So that's why I don't use the word shell. That's why I don't use shell. Because it is living. And it's prosperous. Teaching is your gig. I like to teach. So that's the difference. And from the time of the trigger until, I don't know, about 30-something, you compose your personality of different people and experiences that you liked in your life. It's not the same as ego, no. It was a disaster, Amanda. It was an absolute disaster. You can't be on medication during pregnancy. That kind of medication. I hated pregnant. Hated it. But at the time, I did not know that I had BPD. I was still misdiagnosed, but I still couldn't take my Zoloft. Yeah. So you'll make your personality out of different people and experiences. And when I say experiences, it could be a character from a movie. You compose your personality out of those things. And then when you get around in your 30s, you are able to go, okay, what was I like? What has been the same the whole time? Okay? So you're able to look back with a little bit of retrospect. So one thing that I knew was the same the whole time was my, I guess what you call your psychic abilities or your metaphysical abilities, and my understanding of animals. That never changed. And my love of carnivals and my love of Christmas trees. So you take a roster, literally, like that's it, those 4 things. You take a roster and you're like, okay, those made it through. Those made it through. So that's good. You know, there are very few parts of you that make it through, but it does make it through. And you're like, all right, that part of me made it through. BPD is wild, but it's just so misrepresented. And I am determined to give this key to success to as many BPD people as I can. Yeah, some things made it through. Very few, but some did. My metaphysical stuff, my understanding of animals, my love of fairs and carnivals, and my love of Christmas trees, Christmas times. Those made it through. BPD is genetic. Period. It's genetic. Always there is someone not in the immediate family that has schizophrenia. It could be your crazy Uncle Al. You got to remember, a lot of times, your crazy Uncle Al was not sent to a hospital. No, there's always a lady whispering when I'm on live. I don't know who they are. Yes, there's different levels of BPD. And you have a trigger between the time you can remember in youth, somewhere around 10, 11, around there. When you are old enough? Granny Kelso, I don't see why not. Okay, that's where I need your concentration. I have a post on that astrological lady because I had to go through it. So, medications, if y'all don't believe me, I don't care. But your spiritual abilities and your libido, we're going to use the word libido. I don't think that's banned. Your spiritual abilities and your libido sit in the same place in here. Okay? And so a lot of the medications you need dampen these 2 things. But I tried and tried, and I learned how to go around that. And that is on my YouTube about what to do to reopen that pathway. It's usually not that close, Pandora Tree Bell. I mean, there might be something up with your sister, but it's rarely that close. It's usually an uncle or a cousin or aunt. It's always a traumatic event, Amanda, but it's just people think it has to be big. It doesn't. That's why you have to look back from the eyes of a child, right? So you don't have to be sexually raped or anything in your childhood. You have to look back through the eyes of a child, right? So, like the example I gave, if you're a little kid and you come up and you see your best friend, your dog, is plastered absolutely all over the pavement from being hit by a truck, that could be your trigger. It usually does involve a loss of some kind. Everybody's like, well, it had to be. I was sexually abused. I haven't. No. It's usually a loss of some kind. It can be rape, abuse, but usually no hallucinations. We don't have hallucinations. That's what makes it different from schizophrenia. We don't lose touch with reality. We don't have hallucinations. We don't hear voices. None of that. That you would need to, the person whose dad was unalived when I was 4, you would need to ask your mom what your behavior was afterwards. Because there's 3 days, 2 or 3 days of you check out. You're mute. You may go and hide somewhere. Oh. Well, there's different levels of schizophrenia, too. You have functional schizophrenics, and they're the ones that, once they realize that they were talking to someone that wasn't there, that makes them that's scary. And that's what I call a functional schizophrenic. So they'll go get medications that turn those hallucinations off. There's such a range in schizophrenia. Yeah, ask them if you just kind of checked out. The kids, they just kind of checked out. You might not have cried at all. Some people do, but you'll just fucking check out of reality for about 2 days, 3 days. Not long enough to get help. So, they'd be like, maybe we should get her, maybe we should take her to the doctor. And then right when they think that, you come back. Deanne's unicorn, you can get that reversed. It depends on how repetitious they are, but we don't hallucinate. Oh, you can do an unbinding spell or hire someone to do an unbinding spell. Hey, Hookah Fairy. And then went to our mom. She went. I do not give feedback on emails homework. I will start next year. Look, for Froggy and for the other y'alls that are concerned, that same psychiatrist, the good one, okay? I need y'all to understand, if in psychiatry, what is abnormal, okay? And this is important. If what you experience does not affect your functioning in society, then that is your normal. Okay? That's what it is. And a good psychiatrist will tell you that. So if what you're experiencing does not affect your functional ability in society, then that is your normal. Period. And that's you can't listen to what society says. If you have hallucinations, but they don't affect your functioning, like they don't tell you to do stuff or you don't do stuff, they don't affect your ability, you don't talk to them when you're out in public, it doesn't affect your ability in the social construct, then that is your normal. And they will tell you, people will tell you that. A good psychiatrist will tell you that. Thank you, Moonfire. So if your quirks or your shit that you do doesn't interfere with your functioning in society, it's not something that you need to have addressed unless you just don't want it. Not punny. Right. Exactly. Somebody asked me about this photo behind me. So I have several of these around my room because this really old man had no relatives and they threw all his shit out to go into the garbage, including all of these ancestral photos that this man had of his family. And there was no way I was going to let them get thrown away. So I picked them all up. There's 6 or 7. And I was like, y'all going to go live with me now. Because no, I just couldn't let them be thrown away just because the guy didn't have any family. I couldn't do that. What if there's someone attached to that photo? A lot of people find it creepy. I don't. I find it comforting to have these photos around me. Yeah, it's history too, but separation. Now I have anger issues. If you have a credit card, you can. You can buy anything international with credit card through my website. I'm making you tear up because of the photos. I couldn't leave them there, man. Especially since then, it was a big deal. You know? It was a big deal to have a lithograph or a stencil or a portrait drawn. Does life get better? Yes. However, not without effort by you. You ain't been slacking, Vault. It'll get here when it's supposed to get here. Hey, Chantal, yes, life gets better, but not unless you put effort into it. And it certainly may not feel like it's going to get better while you're going through it. Let me just tell you that. Does antidepressants affect the spells? Look, antidepressants, I just said this, I'm going to say it one more time. Your spiritual ability and your smexual drive sit in the same place. Okay? So if your smexual drive is off, then your spiritual ability is going to be off. But I teach you how to fix that. It's on my YouTube. But if you believe in yourself, you can always get the life you desire. I'm going to have to disagree with that. There are little girls raised in the slums in India that believes in themselves just fine, and they never get out of that. You know? Your life matters. You'll get better. Oh, yeah, your life matters. Plus, you don't go anywhere, by the way. If you kill yourself, you're stuck here. But you're invisible. But you still have the human mind and emotions. So it's worse. Just letting you know. Doesn't solve anything. The video is named something like mental medications and stuff. Search YouTube and put Witchfoot, a space, and then put medications. That way you don't have to go through the list. Just search for that title, like Witchfoot and mental, or Witchfoot and medications, and it should pull it up. I already been through this. Accidental overdose and stuff like that is not the same thing. It's not. Hey, Bam Bam. Accidental overdose or taking yourself out when you have a terminal illness or something. It's not the same thing. I will be teaching the protection egg thing, and I don't know. I need to repent. Oh, Lord. The baneful book, yes. I'm good. Would I ever own a macaw? Yes, I would. I would. Very much. If somebody needed me to take in a macaw, I would. Because I've learned from this guy that cages are a waste of time. No. If your sexual drive is down, no, he wouldn't murder a macaw. He hangs out with the little tiny bird. Just go do what I teach you to do to get that back, and then that opens up the spiritual side too. Do you have a video on how to call your power back? You know what? I had a client last night. I want to talk about that. Hold on. Speaking of brain medication. No, Haley. All right. So, I know y'all seen videos where you're supposed to do something simple and you stand and you say, I call all my power back from blah, 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 blah. I know y'all seen those videos. That shit doesn't work for me. So, what I learned, that's kind of like when you tell somebody to love themselves. Like, bitch, if I knew how to do that, I'd have done it 12 years ago. Thank you. So I developed a method to call my power back before I started doing this full time. So this is the way to do it. You start taking time back, and let me explain that. Whether you have children, a partner, or you're just single and you work a lot, you start taking your time back. So, one way you can do that is by creating a night routine, and if you have a night routine, making it extra, right? So, let's say normally your night routine is you just go get in the shower and blah, blah, blah. So, you want to add to that. This is regardless of sex or gender or whatever. So, you want to make it extra, right? So, get you one of those super fancy, expensive candles. And then, you know how you have certain special body washes that come with your cologne or your perfume, and it's small, and you don't want to use it that often? You're going to incorporate that into it. So, you're going to be extra. And you reclaim more time in your your bath ritual. Another thing that you can do to claim time is you remember when you were little and your mom would set out your clothes for the next day? Well, you need to do that so you can claim back more time in the morning. So you have a chance to wake up and sit down, right? Not wake up and straight to get ready. Wake up and sit down. Take some of your time back. If you are a mom, Stop giving in to those last minute crap from your kids, right? So if you've settled down for the evening, you're watching TV, and your kid comes in at 8:45 and goes, "Can I go spend the night at Marcus's house?" No, I'm not getting up. If they want to come get you, fine. Stop giving your time away. So, and demand it. It's not asking, you demand it. And if you're single, you demand it for yourself. So that's how you start pulling your power back. You start taking some time back. Okay? You go do things. If you have a family, you need to go do things absolutely alone sometimes. Cut your phone off. I don't care if somebody breaks a leg while you're gone. Cut your phone off and go do something alone. So that's the easiest way to start reclaiming your power back, is to do a physical activity like reclaiming your time. And you can start like that, and what I found in my experience is your power starts to return to you on its own. It will start flowing back into you because you're not expending yourself so much. That's the easiest way to start calling your power back. Thank you for all the likes and stuff. Yeah, I tried to do the... Well, thanks. I tried to do the... I claim all my power back. And I was like, yeah, no, this isn't working for me. I was like, damn it. Why, thank you, Oscar. Wait, is that my Oscar or is that a different Oscar? No, it's a different Oscar. Hey, Oscar. Thank you, but y'all can just send emojis. I don't need gifts, but thank you. TikTok takes so much of that percentage, you know? I have more than one Oscar. That's why I was asking. Mom, I figured out what to do with the rock from the reading you did. Oh, good. Meditation does not make you more powerful. It may make you more self-aware, though, if you're not. Did I just see Frodo Gaggins? Thank you for keeping it real. Do you believe that we can manifest jobs and financial freedom? Okay. First of all, I have never been able to just manifest some shit unless I went into it 100%. So, for instance, when I wanted a better job, the first thing I did was actually go get a new updated degree. I don't work with any deities. But the next thing I did was, while manifesting and doing a spell and getting a money ball, I went to work at my shitty jobs like I was already going to work to a good job. So you have to play pretend, right? So if you're wanting to get from Romania, I have bloodline in Romania. So if you want something to manifest in that way, you can't still be mad going to your shitty job each day or mourning or pouting because you don't have a job. It is the serious fake it till you make it. So I went to there was a time where I worked at the BP gas station, laundry in a hotel, and a short order cook all at the same time. And I did take proper steps to get a better job, but I had to go into those shitty jobs like I was already working at a good job. So you can't just do the things without changing the mentality. So, right, so I want to move before summer. I have third eye stuff on my YouTube. So I literally have stuff packed now. I pack slowly my house up. Thanks. I get just a gel top coat because mine are flimsy. So that's what I'm saying. You have to take action towards what you want to happen like it's already happened. Because if you want something but you don't change your vibes, it's not going to... Well, thank you. It's not going to change. 4 or 5 bedrooms. I hope so, quesadilla. So I already have... My storeroom is full of boxes. My move is happening. These tattoos popped into my head when my kid was doing them. I don't know what they mean. So yeah. And the other thing you have to remember is your timing means nothing. Divine timing, or whatever you want to call timing on the other side, that's the only timing that matters. So just because I would like it to happen before summer does not mean it's going to. But you have to start preparing as if it already happened. Because that's how you change this, your brainwave things, some people call it intention, whatever, has to match your goal. There's a macaw that's going to need a new home eventually if you're interested. Well, I mean, how far away is it, Vault? Missouri. Okay. I don't have the financial means to get a parrot from Missouri. So they may want to look locally for a rescue. Because that's way far away from me. Way. Abby Klein, that's my end goal. T. Stark, we have no idea. I have 2 dogs, a cat, and a parrot. And Jaded has a dog, a gecko, and a Quaker parrot. Hello, mate. She's been in an abusive home before. I just can't get to Missouri. I would 100% take care of the guy and rehab, but I have literally no way to get to Missouri. And I have no idea how much it costs to mail a bird. I don't have a clue. The metaphysical degree in South Carolina is you have to have a master's already. Yes, I saw it. And I would love to take it just for the knowledge. But it's a postgraduate degree. How do I feel about sigils? I think sigils can be highly useful. Highly useful in situations. How do I access the Discord? It's in class 3 is the access to the Discord for students. Hey, Hen of the Wood. Hey, Starseed. I saw that one, Luna D. Rose. Bank of America program for buying a house. Yes. But there is shifty going on right now. Even in the car industry. They're bypassing your social security number now for you to get a car. I'm serious. You don't need that. You can just tell them what you make. Hey, Ranger, I got your text. So there's something shifty going on in those industries. I don't know what a quilt puff is. However, yeah, I'm waiting for them to be cheaper. However, those are the one programs, as long as it wasn't a variated mortgage, if it was fixed, that I need. Because I don't have enough financial records to qualify because I only went on my own last year. That's the whole point, Modern. That's why it's shady as hell. You just bring in some financial records. It don't matter if you doctored them. You're like, this is how much I make a week. You know? Probably should hoax. So, I can afford up to $1,000 a month mortgage. But my credit history isn't long enough, and my business records, I only have a year's worth. Hey, Artistically Sinful. Yeah, I'll upload it. I don't know what they're doing, Kai, but that is shady. They met you a week ago in your vibe. Yeah, I met a couple people at a little thing I did in Rock Hill. I actually, Noggin, you're not too far, but my main goal is I want a large house. So when I say large, I don't mean the new kind of house large. Okay? I'm sorry, in the stars. The older houses have the extra rooms that people don't use anymore, like the parlor and the second dining room, and they have a basement. I must have a basement. I must have a basement. That is my witch area. Must have basement. Don't care if it's a dirt floor. Must have basement. And I would like for it to be on land. And land that's connected to open land that I can buy in the future. Because I want to have a school. I want to have a retreat. I want to have little mini houses specifically for like the Jaded's future family. My mom, as long as she's alive. My brother is the groundskeeper. He always must come with me. And one for Philip. Right? So I want that stuff to happen. If I can find one of the mega houses, you know, the mega old houses where it's literally like two giant houses in one, then I could divvy it. Oh, I'm going to make it happen. So where half of the house is my living quarters and half of the house can be made into the school. Another thing I would be interested in is when people put elementary schools and middle schools up for sale. I haven't forgot about it. I would like to stay east of the Appalachians. But if there was a elementary school or middle school for sale, no matter what it looked like, because then I have just so much flexibility and an auditorium. You know what I'm saying? I would live in an old church if it came with land. Yes. And I would go on the west side of the Appalachians, but it would have to be, you know, like Eastern New York butts up to it. But anything that can line up with that. There's a lot of old houses available, but you have to buy them cash, right? Because unlike everybody else, unlike me, wants to fix them and remodel them. Now, I don't want to. I want the older houses. Now, if it's missing the steps, yes, I want to put it in the steps. But I don't want to repaint the inside. Like if there's paint missing, basically I just want to clear shellac. Exactly the way the wall is. You understand what I'm saying? If the paint's chipped on the outside, I don't want to repaint it. I just want to put a clear coat so that it doesn't decay or anything. I don't want to I want to preserve it as is. I want to make it safe, of course. You know, make sure the wiring is good and that kind of stuff. But I don't want to redo anything. I don't want the floor shiny. I don't want to repaint. You know how the old houses, when the wall chips away, you can just see the little wood slats? There's actually most of this locations, Kai, that I haven't seen black mold in those houses because they're very aerated. Like, I just want to shellac over that. I don't want to change anything. I want it to be safe, and I want it to have correct plumbing and correct electricity. We don't want the shit burning down. But that's it. I don't want to redo anything. I want, especially that cool, it'll have like this cool ass wallpaper that's like half peeling off. If I can't get the wallpaper to get back up, then I'll just cut off the parts that peeled off, and that's it. I just want to seal it. And a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, I'm going to do the lecture. A lot of people don't understand that with me. But the whole reason I want an old house is because we used to make houses that contained a lot more natural materials, and they hold energy. Have you ever seen what happens to a house when people don't live in it? Even if it's kept up. Did you ever notice how quickly roofs rot when no one is living in it? Did y'all ever notice that? What happens to a house when no one lives in it? It goes so much quicker. And I'm not talking about because it's not maintained. Something happens that makes the entire thing so weak. And so, yeah, it's weird. I think it has to do with the energy of the people that live within the home. I have no way to prove that. But I think it lives from the energy inside the home. But anyways, yeah, I don't want a big house to change it or destroy it. I want to preserve it the way it is. So I will keep searching. They are making some wild accusations on this video. What are this? What, Sailor? Hey, Merns. I am really beautiful. Why, thank you. Cordelia, I will reach out to you. Temperature regulation. Oh. Yeah, there's is Albany on the west side of the Appalachians? Is that on the east side of the state? Because I've seen stuff over there too. A new home, before you move in, you need to burn fumitory, like on one of those charcoal things. Fumitory is the new house stuff. I'm Canadian. Eastside. Come to Kentucky. I'm scared of Kentucky. There are some scary white elements in Kentucky. I bet I would, Jesse. I do talk to my plants, yeah. There are scary white people in Kentucky and in Ohio. I see why so many people leave Ohio. I don't want to go anywhere that far from the East Coast. I've never had an interest. And I don't want to go any further south. I wish I could go in Massachusetts. It's expensive there. I'm not going to go any further south than where I am. I would love to go to Romania. Talk my place into fucking dying. I don't know if England's any better than the United States, quite frankly. Scary white people in Missouri, too. Yeah, we never know. If they're not wearing, the certain style of sunglasses or some kind of clothing that let us know, we don't know when it's a scary white person. I am near Charlotte, North Carolina. I would go to Pennsylvania. Yeah. There are some scary ones in Texas. I don't even want to cross the border into Texas, quite frankly. I don't want to. I feel bad for anyone that's not white that lives in Texas. Except I think there's a big black folk population somewhere in Texas that be holding their own. At this point, just bypass on Romania. Oh my God, I love Vermont. Oh my God. But it's expensive. There's some scary people. Not guessing. Yeah, that's one thing that's got me pissed, man. The whole point in Vermont is the air is so clear, and I know there's a couple of towns in Vermont that everybody agreed and their tax money was spent to buy the woods up north of them so that their air and their water could stay clear. And I hope that keeps going, or they're going to ruin Vermont. The fact that they're even trying to log in Vermont baffles my mind. I hope all the towns do that. They pulled their money together and bought all the, a ridiculous amount of acres north of their town because they're on the down incline. And I hope that all Vermont towns do that. Okay, but Maine, I was going to go to Maine, but Trumplicans are taking over Maine now, like they did with Iowa. They're doing it to Maine. And I don't care that they are getting little spaces for themselves, but I don't want to be there. Yeah, I hope they all buy the land, the non-wooded land. No, they're going there too. I learned about that and I was like, never mind about Maine. Is it Iowa or Idaho where they're moving there and they drove up all the prices? They're moving to Maine too. I had this conversation. I think it's Iowa. Which one is the pretty state? Idaho or Iowa? One of them is really pretty. Yeah, I see that popped up. I live from Georgia. Yeah, it's the one that's pretty. Anyway, they're headed to Maine. And I think they should have the freedom to do that. I just don't want to live there. Well, I was looking into Virginia and the West Virginia mountains as well. All the way up. So start in the Tennessee movies and then go all the way up. Tennessee movies, Tennessee mountains. And then just keep going. I'm looking at that whole area. It's Idaho. Yeah. They're going in. They're taking over everything to build their little Trumplican towns. And driving up the prices, and the local people can't get anything. And they do not care. No West Coast for me. Can you move to Chicago and do a collab with Frank? Somebody would have to pay me to. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go that far. The Berkshires in Massachusetts, all right. Because the one thing that I have to my advantage is some of these properties that I'm looking at, the house is in the middle of nowhere. So there's not many people that work for themselves. So that's a good thing for me. If I can find one of these people that's in, yeah, I'm looking in New Hampshire too. One of these people that are in the middle of nowhere. But trying to get to rent a place, because I have no problem with rent. And you have to turn over your financial records, and it says Witchfoot Inc. I just don't want to go that far, Deb. The amount of discrimination is ridiculous. I have no problem renting. I don't see it as throwing my money away. I like renting, especially to get to where I want to go. But the amount of discrimination that you get when you turn that financial record over that says Witchfoot Inc., it's ridiculous. Those houses, I'll see them, they're still for rent. Because they just don't want to rent it to me. No, because I don't want, since I work out of my home, I don't want to have to cover anything. Right? So I'd rather wait to find someone that's fine with it, because I don't want to have to cover. I have chimes on my front porch. That everything in the house lets you know that I'm not a Christian. So my uncle in the Berkshires has 42 acres. Say, hey, Marie, does your uncle want to sell a couple of acres? Mm-hmm. So it's not, I know I could cover, but I don't want to. Because then if they come by to check their property, what, am I going to hide everything? You know? And so that's why I'm like, you know, I've reached back out to them and I'm like, your house isn't rented yet. Are you finally going to be okay with renting to a witch? And they won't answer me. I couldn't get it. And the thing is when I go to rent a place, I rent for a long time. So the first house that I was in that I lost because my mom got sick, I had to take care of her instead of going to work. I'll tell you why I will not do a spell modern. I'll tell you that in a minute. We lived there for 13 years. And then when I moved here, this is my second year here, and I didn't know I was going to do this professionally, or this would have been plenty room for me. Well, you got something to rent? Because that could change my location. I'm just kidding. No, I want to stay on this coast. So when I go to rent, I ask for a long lease. You know what I mean? Like I rent, and my landlords will tell you that I will rent for a long period of time. And I have my rent automatically. Like you can pull it out. You know? I got plenty of space here in Mississippi. I don't even like South Carolina weather, y'all. You got to understand that I have a health problem. So after you have a heart attack, you can't regulate your body temperature when things get hot. Okay? So for me, if you go past 75, I'm hot. So the other reason that I don't want to live here is the heat. I do not walk outside this house in the summer. I can't take it. So that's another reason I'm moving north. Your ability to regulate your own body temperature when it gets up or too far down, you don't have that ability. I think it has to do with, they don't know yet, but I think it has to do with the membrane that's around the heart. Alaska, there are polar bears in Alaska, and they eat people. I would be mortified. Mortified. And then I would be even more mortified if I was on native land. I would be petrified. So between polar bears and native ancestors, I would be pretty much petrified the entire time I was in Alaska, I think. My SSRIs never mess with me that way. I've been on SSRIs for 25 years. It doesn't cause dehydration on me either. Oh, the reason that I don't want to do a spell for moving is because my spiritual crew has already told me that there's a timing thing going on. Okay? So, in other words, I will get the right house at the right time. So I don't want to cast against what they're doing. Does that make sense? Yeah. So they're already got something going on. I don't want to cast against it. So there was such a good spot in the mountains of South Carolina, because I didn't know South Carolina had mountains, but way over on the little tippy tip we do, and I lost that place, and I was so mad. I don't mind the snow. I can always heat up. I can always heat myself up. But you can only get so hot before you're fucked, okay? You know, you can put on more clothes, but at some point, you can only go so cold because your air conditioning is going to freeze up, and then you're screwed. So I'm much more understanding of harsh winters than I am of humid, nasty summers. Oh, yeah, Asheville is it's a little liberal oasis there. I don't want to go south. Canada's too far. Bye, Amory. I'm scared of Kentucky. I'm not going anywhere near the state of Texas. I don't even want to pass through it on the interstate. Don't want to go to the West Coast. I don't want to go west of the Appalachian Mountains. And I don't want to go south of South Carolina. North Carolina, actually. My Shiva, the Shiva temple is up there near Asheville. Yeah, I didn't know there was mountains in South Carolina. When I lost that place, I was furious. I was so mad when I lost that place in the South Carolina mountains. I'll complete my answer with that for hours. I am not going to Ohio. No. I will go West Virginia, the west part of Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and eastern New York. Those mountains are in my blood. It's not Rock Hill. It's just the area of the weather. I don't like it. One part I haven't been to. Oh, I'm definitely not moving to Norway or Iceland. Absolutely not going to. No. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. The Appalachians run up. So it's the western part of part of Tennessee. I meant to add Tennessee. Western part of West Virginia, the western part of Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Vermont, and the eastern part of Albany. That's it. That's to be in the mountains of West Virginia. I'm from that. The Shobes and the Apthorps. I'm not interested in going out of America. I don't think y'all understand how much freedom you have here until you leave. Especially the younger folks. If you could travel anywhere, where would you want to go? No limits. Eastern Europe. Scotland. And the rainforest on the Pacific, northwest Pacific coast. You do hear things in the woods there. Hey, Onyx. I am not going to Dubai. It's not humid in the mountains. I would love to go to Eastern Europe. Some of my oldest blood ancestor crap is in Eastern Europe. I have no use for Dubai. What have your experiences been there? What do you mean? Oh, I would like to go visit and stay with a Bayou family. I would like to have that experience. Well, see, that's it, Wally Bell. We don't, in other words, my family tree there, I don't know what the name is for it up there, but we do go out into the woods at night. I don't remember, there's a specific name for the people that do that. Those things are nice things to us. Yeah, most of Canada is beautiful. I would like to see the Black Forest in Germany. Thank you for the likes and stuff. I have stayed up in the Appalachians, and that's when I knew something was up. Okay, so I didn't always know I was from the Appalachians. Romanian, Slovenian, that kind of stuff. I went to the Appalachians in a tiny-ass town called Trade, Tennessee. Now, the people in Trade that live in town can't stand them. Typical white Christians. But if you go to the poor part of Tennessee, of Trade, Tennessee, to the poor mountain people, that was great. And what happened was the day that we came through Trade, Tennessee, they had like a town yard sale. And a lot of the mountain people were there. And their stuff was the coolest, because it was the coolest, oldest shit. And I got a violin from there, and, they were needing money, and so they were like, I got more old stuff. I had mentioned something because they had the old stuff, and they were like, I got more old stuff back at my house. And these are real mountain folk. Like, they don't have a lot of teeth. They speak very specifically. Hey, elusive. And so I was like, all right, so we followed them back to this shack. There was kids running around without shoes and everything. Those were the most salt in the earth people I have ever been around. I felt completely safe. They did not question the clearly witch shit that I was wearing. They didn't question it. They didn't look down on me. And they could tell that I didn't care, because obviously it was true mountain people, so they're not really literate, stuff like that. I don't care. They told me more shit about the woods and the different plants that were right there just because they came up that way. And I stayed there for like 4 or 5 hours. They fixed me some kind of fucking sandwich with, I don't know what the meat was. I didn't care. I didn't care. I ate it. I felt completely safe there. Completely safe there. And the mountains is the first time I've ever been to a place where I was like, wait a minute. This is a part of me. I don't understand, because I wasn't raised in the mountains. And I was like, this is part of me. I didn't understand. And it took me a while to get it. I'll do another raffle post soon. And the thing that I didn't understand was the rich people had houses way, like 2/3 of the way to the top of the mountain. And the top view I've never liked. The poor people was down in the bottom, where they could look up at all the mountains, and that's what I liked. And so that's how I knew there was something there. But I didn't know that my granny was part of the Appalachian and the Appalachian witchcraft. I didn't know the witchcraft part until last year, I think. And I was like, oh, that's why she let me do all that shit when I was young. Oh, yeah. I think if I went to Romania, I probably wouldn't want to leave. I was so excited that I had that in my bloodline. Like, because we had no idea. I was like, oh my God, for real? I was so stoked. Yes, at the bottom you can see everything. And you can see your place in the scheme of things when you're at the bottom. Right, but whatever they call me, we went out at night. So in other words, those different thingies that live there, I don't know if there's a certain type of Appalachian that they come from that, but it's not a scary thing. Even those things that move around in the trees. Thanks. I don't know. They just don't bother us. It's not a bad thing for us. Not like I'd go up and pet one. I don't mean that. But what I'm saying is, yeah, that. Cat's Corner. Oh, okay, I think Cordelia said that. That thing. And that's why they don't. It's because we're familiar to them. And so it's not. But I don't remember the story behind that. Like, I don't remember the folk story behind that. No. No, I've heard the crying, though. Or the woman that's screaming help. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I would visit there. Oftentimes, terrorize regular people. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Enchantress, I don't know. Keeper of the Earth. Oh, Earth Keeper? Okay. We have them on my res, too. You know, like if you're walking and you hear that lady screaming or the crying, you're just like, stop. Stop. And you go on about your business. But it has, the red eye thing, it has something to do with that. Like they're familiar, or you come from the same something. There's a specific tale in the West Virginia Appalachian area that, it'll be on YouTube, that talks about that. I do not speak with them. They are more like elders to me. You know what I mean? They're like elders to me. So, I mean, I can hear them and everything, but I don't directly work with them. Yeah, they keep moving, building up into the Appalachians, and no, the groceries aren't put away. Also, what they don't pay attention to in the Appalachians is all the Native American territory and Native American healing grounds that are up in there. So they're gonna get more than. It's not all bullshit with the Appalachians. Like it's a lot bigger than that. Yeah, the Melunja. There's a lot of stuff that is gonna. If they get too far in, it's gonna do the thing where the people that build, which are usually in this area, Mexicans and South Americans, they're gonna refuse to go build. Oh my God, that's awesome, Cordelia. Because usually, I always tell them white folks when they got Latinos, Mexicans, and South Americans on their build teams, if they refuse to build somewhere, you better send white folks over there to build. Because the brown folks won't play. And they are approached differently. You know what I mean? So they'll be scared. Whereas the white folks, they'll push them off ladders and shit. Yeah, there's a lot that goes on in the Appalachians that's... So, if you think about the Appalachians, if there's any mountain people in here, if you can confirm this for me. So, the people that live in the Appalachians, the white folk, they're usually born at home. They rarely get all the shots they're supposed to get. Those people live to be usually live to be pretty old. Unless something odd happens to them. So they never separate from the land. And that's the difference. That's why you'll see regular people, even when you have inbred families, which does happen up there, you better not go up there and mess with those families. Even the regular white folks that are not in the mountains would tell you not to mess with them mountain chicks. Like when you catch your kid picking on a mountain folk, you will tell your child a new one. They're not even allowed to make fun of them because they are not separate from the land, and there's not that many white people in this country that are not separated from the land. And contrary to what TikTok says, if you look at the specific history of the Appalachians, the freed black folk, the poor white folk, and the, I can't remember, there was more than one Native American tribe, they all shared for a period of time in history through those mountains, because the poor white folk and poor black folk, when they set up, they didn't take more than what they needed. And the Native Americans saw that. And so there would be exchanges. There's still outhouses in those. So there's a lot of exchange that went on there. Between all the way up the Appalachians. And it spouted off a couple of mixed, the Arapaho, mixed spiritualities. Like up north, the mixed spirituality, I believe, was called powwow. Because they don't call it there now because people get so upset. But I think it has to do with the Pennsylvania Dutch and the Native Americans that came together up there. And then the hoodoo. They call it hoodoo, but it's not black folk hoodoo. But there's a type that is both in Appalachians, they just call it mountain magic. And then when you go west of the Appalachian, that's when you get that, what I call the white hoodoo down in Louisiana and Mississippi and those areas. It came from this mixing that happened between those three types of people. Now on TikTok, they don't want to recognize that. But it very much happens. And that's how you got these conglomerate practices that go up and down the Appalachians. Like you see like a white person in Louisiana practicing hoodoo. And it's different from hoodoo over here in the southern. Serbia? Oh my goodness, let me follow you back. Bye. Oh gosh, thanks, Nick. But you don't have to send me anything. You can just give me emojis. Hello, Diffie, whatever. Slayer. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of it gets mixed up. Yeah. I don't even know Celtic languages. The majority of my bloodline is British and Scottish, but I didn't get the spiritual gene from there, from any of the Scottish stuff. I just didn't. So I have always focused on what would be considered cunning folk in England, that type of stuff, and stuff from my mRNA, the eve of my family tree from there, which I can't talk about that on TikTok. Oh my God. I would get... most Romani practices are individual to the families and closed. They're just passed down within families. Oh, we got got another one? Is it still about the egg, Starseed? I do not know enough about Slavic practices to speak on them. Oh, thank you, Neaterbad. Starseed, is this one about the egg cleanses? Oh yeah, I got that comment, and I'm gonna make a funny thing about it. I know they always say that, but they forget I have all the videos. Like they're like that I gave a death threat, And then I was harassing a Romani minor, and I'm like, do y'all forget I have every single video? Every single video. I'm like, yeah. Anytime somebody says something new about me, they pull up the same rumors. And I'm like, I literally have, like, they think they're doing a This You. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I have them all. Gypsy Sisters. Damn mountains. Can't wait to start this secondary. Yeah, I keep all my receipts because I don't say anything I don't mean. You know what I'm saying? So, I keep them all. And I put them up on my rumors list. Because, like I said, I'm not here to convince anybody. Anybody can go watch those videos and decide for themselves if I am what they say I am. Portrait behind you. I'll say it again, Generella. An old man died and he had no relatives. And they threw about 8 of these out. And I just couldn't let them go to the garbage. And I pulled them all up and I was like, y'all can live with me now. They're historical, they're beautiful. It was really important back then, very rare to get a photo, so I brought them home and hang them on my walls. Oh, yeah. And I keep telling them that if I had done the things y'all said I did, I would have been canceled. Like, big red guy? That's my guy, the big guy. I'm like, if I did all these things, I would be. So every POC person, I don't like the word follower, so I'm going to say with me. Every POC person that's with me on this journey on this app has seen those videos. So if I had done all the things they said I did, I would be canceled. But instead, I'm like black mold. You can paint over me 1,000,000 times, and I'ma still come back. No, I don't deny anything. Yeah, the latest one has me rolling, though. The latest thing... Reiki healing actually works. Not everybody, but I've had Reiki healing before, and it feels like a little electric, like when electricity goes from one side to another, it feels like that coming out of their hands. I don't know. Yeah, the latest thing, because usually I don't respond. But to tell me that talking about egg cleansing, limpia de huevos, and explaining what part of it is closed and why, that me talking about it is closed, I was like, absolutely not. I'm not letting this slide. Absolutely. I could not. That level of, I just couldn't. I couldn't. That was just hysterical to me. Y'all know how people get mad when I say I am all for equal rights, but you 100% don't get special rights? That's what that falls into. So dictating me talking about something in another country is called special rights, and you don't get that. What is 52.7K views? I can talk about any practice from any culture. I can read about any practice from any culture. I can learn about any practice from any culture. I can watch YouTube videos that educate me on any practice in any culture. And the minute you tell me I can't, now you have fallen into the special rights. You don't get those. I'm sorry. It's the same reason I won't use neo-pronouns. It's not because I want to hurt your feelings, but you do not get to dictate what kind of language that I use. You don't get to dictate that. So when people fall over into that wanting special treatment thing, I can't let that go. I can't. And he's still going on about it. Oh, I'm sorry. They are still going on about it. Neo-pronouns are the pronouns that don't exist in the English language, like I think Z, za, and some other ones that they've created. You're not going to make me use those. And you're not going to tell me that I have to. That you've just stepped over the line. Now, if I had someone that I knew personally, like if my kid came to me and said, I want to be referred to as Zazie. I got a pretty good kid. So I will probably cooperate for them. But as for trying to impose that language change, you don't get to do that. You don't get, sorry, that's special rights. And the fact that they made it law in another, was it Norway? I would 100% be in jail on a regular basis. But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of freedoms y'all have here, especially the young folks, that you wouldn't know unless you left. Alter human labels, is that it? To me, they is enough. Yeah, it's a law. I believe it's Norway or something. It's a free protection live class. Yeah, it's going to be a free class. Oh, I didn't know Resin Around was in here. Alter human pronoun. So in other words, I don't think a person who uses those pronouns is bad or stupid or anything like that. Don't think that. Call yourself whatever you want. Just like I don't care who you identify as. I really don't. That's on you. But you don't get to tell me and dictate my speech and tell me that I have to do something. That's a basic right that you don't get to violate. Alter human movement? What is that? What is the alter human movement? Yeah, I know it's a Scandinavian country. I think it's Norway. Where it's a law. Yeah, absolutely not. I'm going to jail every day. You don't get to do that. You just don't. I don't have my extra phone in here to look up. Basically, those that see themselves beyond that of being human. Honestly, Slayer, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I really don't. Because, and I know this is going to... Let me do a comparison. Not the same frame of mind, but I'm still not going to use different pronouns. Okay? You get three to choose from, or 4. But I just don't care. If you feel that way, I'm going to believe you feel that way. But now, in the same respect, I've always been very good with schizophrenics. No, I'm not. This is not a comparison between those people and schizophrenics. But some schizophrenics believe they are someone else. Or they believe they are a spy. Who am I to say that to them that's not true? You know what I'm saying? They're doing it involuntarily. These other people are doing it voluntarily. I don't care. Hon, in Finnish, there is only one pronoun, huh? I don't, it doesn't bother me. I honestly think that you have a right to be whatever you want to be. And I'm not going to doubt you. If that's what you say you are, you are. I'm not in your head. It's when you start trying to affect everybody, that's when there's a problem. Anyone, no matter what they think, no matter what they say they are, who they say they love, I don't care what race you are, you deserve equal human rights. Equal access to things that everyone has access to. That includes marriage. Although I learned that we should have just stuck to civil union because hetero people could do civil unions too. So I kind of wish we would have went back to civil unions because I don't give a shit about church. However, I think that every single human being that has not done certain crimes deserves equal rights. Actual equal rights. So if it's systemic, that needs to be redone. Okay, like education, systemic, needs to be redone. Prison system, a joke, systemic, needs to be redone. Policing, a joke, needs to be redone. Who gets credit? A joke, needs to be redone. And that's not happening in the United States. And that's what I fight for. These systems need to be redone because they are systemically set up against so when I say this, don't get pissed off. Going from here to here, they are set up against everyone but white men. So white women can still get in. We're just a little bit lower than white men. And then it bottoms out for everybody else. So I don't get, your emotions should not be involved in the law. The law should be emotionless. So if two people want to get married, then everything that goes with that needs to go across the border, or civil union. So insurance has to treat it the same. You know, if you get a civil union, there was a time where they wouldn't insure a gay spouse. Everything needs to follow suit. Period. I don't care if you identify as a chair and you are that lady who's in love with the Eiffel Tower. If it's a human being that's your partner, you should have equal rights. And the law should never be based on emotion. Period. You want to base your sentencing off of emotion after the facts have been laid out? Okay. I get that. You know, somebody violates a child, death penalty, for instance. But forming guilt or making laws should not involve emotion. Let me tell any of you commoners out there, so in other words, regular people like me, if you ever get accused of a serious crime, a felony serious crime that you actually didn't do, get a bench trial. Never get a jury trial. Do you hear me? If you get caught up in something, especially if you had nothing to do with it and they're prosecuting you anyway, get a bench trial. Juries are the most laughable thing on the face of the planet. Period. I will never get my peers. I will never get a jury of my peers. Yes, you can. It's called a bench trial. And that bench, not bitch, a bench trial means the guy who's educated in it, on the stand, the judge, that is your jury. You will never get a jury of your peers. It will never happen. And if you look at the outcomes, especially in cases where we know someone was wrongly prosecuted because the Freedom Project got them out, especially the black men, those juries found guilty off of emotion. That is not the law. That is not the law. I will never have a jury of my peers. You would have to find 12 highly been in therapy people with borderline personality disorder with a high IQ to be my peers. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Especially if you're POC. That's the easiest one. Let's say you're a POC. No white person on that jury is your peer. None. So that's why if you ever get caught up in some that you know you didn't do, your odds are literally best if you get a bench trial. You would never take me to a jury trial. Never. And absolutely educate yourself on how the trial process works when you're sitting in jail, because they jail you whether you're guilty or not. Educate yourself on the trial process. You got nothing but time. Judges are a lot more reliable than juries. Even judges that may lean one way or another, because they know more about the law. So they may sentence you with emotion. Your sentence. They're allowed to let out their emotion then. But when it comes to comparing actual evidence, stuff that will sway an average person is not going to sway a judge. Oh, yes. Try to stay out of the system. Run. It's just an extra charge, y'all. I'm going to say this out loud. Run. Let them do their job if they can catch you. Witchy Mom, what is up with seeing shadow people out the corner of my eye? A lot of times it's not as earth-shattering as you think it is. Some people always have this, but a lot of times when you're third eye, when you're becoming more aware of the spiritual side, you literally have your retina that helps you see in the back of your eye has cones and rods, but the cones are only in the center of your eye, and cones help you see color. So you have cones and rods in the center, but on the periphery, on here and on here, on this side, you have nothing but rods. They're there till I turn to the... Okay, I'm explaining it to you. Yes, lack of sleep can increase that, but I'm talking about the legitimate stuff. So when you have nothing but cones, nothing but rods on the edge of your eyes, what you have is a very detailed system that detects movements in every shade between black and white. So you can detect movement immediately. But when you go to turn, now your color cones take over. Okay? So what you're seeing is movement on the other side. The veil is thin when you see a shadow moving. Think of a frosted door from a doctor's office. You can have on tie-dye, but if you walk behind that frosted door, you're just going to see a silhouette. And so when your neural pathways open up more and you're able to see thin spots in the veil, that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. And the minute you go to turn, that detail is gone, because now you're seeing it with your cones. I only had a dream prediction of my granny's death. Yes, Enchanted Raven. Many animals have way more rods than color. Another thing you can do to practice utilizing the rods in your eyes is to, if you have access to woods on full moon nights. Yes, so if you go outside and cut off all lights that are coming from the house and just step just inside the woods, the more you use that, what you do is, you know how you can look straight ahead but then remove the focus? So you've removed this focus and now you're more aware of what's here. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You let your focus go out and you can see more of this. Tell me yes if y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. That is how you see at night. So for those of y'all that are afraid of the dark, the way you make them be more sensitive is to use them. So the first way to do that is to start out on full moon nights. If your woods start there, literally just step right into the edge of the woods and look with your, yes, it's peripheral vision, but you got to unfocus the front. And you just look slowly into the woods. And as you do that, you can start going out on nights with less and less moonlight. Like, I can navigate the woods at night without stumbling and without running into anything. Because I did that naturally because I was a weird kid. So I would go out and play even if it was nighttime, I was still in the woods. But that's how you can see as best as a human can see in the dark if you practice that. Science. It's science, Dina. They're usually not passing through. It's them passing. Think of the veil between. You got to understand that the other side and our side occupy the same space. Okay, but we see in 3D. That's as far. We don't see in 4D. We see in 3D. So we're actually occupying the same space. But when you see a shadow, it's just like I said. What you're seeing is that the veil is thin enough for you to see silhouettes on the other side. So like I said, think of it as like a doctor's, you know how they have that frosted door glass? Even if you're wearing tie-dye, if you walk past that frosted glass, you're only going to leave a silhouette. Okay? That too, Slayer. Okay? And as I said with shadow people in my post on my page, if you see shadow people and as you're looking at them, if they have legs, it might not end in shoes, but if you can tell they have legs, that is not an entity. That is thinness in the veil. Okay? Or the flashes out the side of your eye. The yucky ones who feed off your fear, which happens most often if you are in sleep paralysis, if you will notice, after you get to about the torso area, it fades off. Oh, sea moss is good. Look under, it's good to eat, but for witchcraft, look under magical properties of Irish moss. Irish moss. So yeah, if you see the shadow person directly, and you'll feel a sense of fear, they're after their torso area, they just kind of fade out. There's no legs. They've never bothered me either, but I know they bother a lot of people. I guess the normal people. My friend sees a white light version. Okay, I've heard of that. So I don't have a source for this. Okay, wait a minute. Let me answer this. My friend sees a white light version of a shadow person. Any thoughts? Okay. I don't have a resource for this, so let me be clear. But when you have Okay, so orbs, the white ones that you see in videos and in life, that's what you look like in the physical plane of a human soul. Okay? The white wispy orbs. Sometimes I got footage of one that's kind of pulsating. When you're seeing a human soul on this plane, that's what they look like. Yeah, I like Uncle Birch. If you have the white wispy version of a shadow person, that is usually a human ghost. Okay? They can come as mists. They can look like, remind you of maybe like white silk blowing in the wind briefly. Sometimes they look like, it looks like a little squiggly that goes shooting by in the air. So when it's a ghost in this plane, a human ghost, it's not always stuck. They do other stuff too. That's a human ghost. If they're wanting to show up to just say, hey, that's when you see like an orb. Sometimes the orb will pulsate. She started seeing it after a near-death experience. Then she probably actually died. Okay, ATR? There's a difference between near-death experience and death experience. When you die, you bring stuff back. And by stuff, it could be an ability, it could be sight. Sometimes it's not nice. Yeah, she died. So that happened with me. It doesn't matter that it's seconds. You bring stuff back. All ghosts are not always lost souls, no. There is a plethora of reasons, and we do not have the answers for it. So let me be clear. If you are talking to a psychic that hasn't talked to a ghost or hasn't been dead, we don't fucking know, y'all. My aunt died of cancer. She knew she was going to die, and her and my uncle had a true love. They really did love each other. And she refused to cross over. And I don't even know how you do that, because when I died, I didn't have a choice, okay? However, my aunt was a stubborn bitch. And I think that as she got closer to death, that she made it clear to her spirit that she was not crossing over. And she didn't. She did not. My uncle was kind of an atheist-ish before my aunt died. My aunt would come to my house. She would show up in my dreams. She came and yelled at me when JoJo escaped. She would write love in the rug you step out onto from the shower in my uncle's, in their house. And she absolutely did not leave until he got through the stage where he wanted to join her. How about that? That's how they really did love each other. And he went through that stage where he thought about joining her. And that's when she started being loud. She would call his name. He would feel her get into the bed. She would write things in the plushy rug. And he came to me privately because he's having a whole crisis here. He thought spirits in the afterlife didn't exist. And he wanted to know he wasn't crazy. And I was like, no, Uncle Ken, you're not crazy. I said, look, Aunt Sheila was a bitch, but she loved you. And she's not going to leave until she knows that your soul is safe. I know she did, no. And he goes, what do you mean safe? I was like, well, there is no doubt that you thought about committing suicide. And his face got really... Because there's no way I could have known that. He didn't display those things. And he just kind of looked at me for a minute. I was like, it's okay. It's normal. You want to be with your other person. I was like, you don't have to explain it to me. I'm not going to tell anyone, and we never have to talk about it again. But when she knows your soul is safe, and she knows that you're going to be able to go on, not forget her, but go on, then she will leave. And that happened, I'm going to say about 4 or 5 months ago. And he stopped by my house one day, and, because I love Uncle Ken, we talked. And just in the middle of the conversation, when everybody left the room for a minute, he's like, so, Sheila left. And I was like, yeah, she stopped coming in my dreams. And he was like, well, I just want to say thank you, but I know you be doing all this stuff over here. And you got to see, this dude's a redneck, okay? This is a redneck, strawberry blonde, blue-eyed. He's this far from Make America Great Again, but not quite. And he was like, so what do I do to, not forget her? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, so, you have stuff sitting up over here. And he's pointing to my ancestor setup. And he was like, do I need something like that? And I was like, okay, I know exactly what you need. Give me a couple days and I'll look for it. So what I typed into eBay, and this is when I tell you things happen. This is a great example of this was set up this way. I went to eBay and I typed purple picture candle holder. And there was one ad. One. It was still in the box, like if hey, priestess, like if somebody gifted it to somebody and they didn't use it. One. And it was cream colored. It had purple edges with little tiny flowers, an oval picture frame, and it was like porcelain, and the top is where a taper candle went. And I was like, because that was Sheila's favorite color. So I ordered it, and I waited till it got there, and then I printed a picture off of him that I knew he liked of them together, and I cut it out, and I put it in there, and I called him. I was like, when are you going to be alone? I have something for you. I went over there. I brought him 5 candles with me. Yeah, our favorite color is purple. And I was like, so just put this in a place that makes you happy that it's there. And when you miss her, or you think about and you want to thank her for everything she did, you can just light the candle. And he was so thankful. So thankful. Changed his mindset completely. No more atheists for him. I was like, no more atheism for Uncle Ken. So, not all ghosts are earthbound, and quite frankly, we don't know why some are here. There's just no way to know all the answers. What? Can a ghost remain spirit? Yeah, there's lots of stuff that goes on that we don't know about. Sometimes dreams are warning. They'll be different from your regular dreams. It's too early to choke bait. You too, Wisdom. Oh, there's Frodo Gaggins. I don't like the current definition of soul fragments and soul families because of what the ancient Hindu teachings are. Which are older and less corrupted than the current versions of soul families and soul fragments and all that stuff. So I don't really have much faith in the current today's definitions of stuff like that. But I can't say no because there's just so much we don't know. I don't know what Jormungandr is. Tansy for invisibility. The world serpent. I mean, there's serpents in all old practices. They're the creator and the healers of sickness. Oh. Child of Loki, the world serpent. Well, that existed long before Norse. Most serpents, until Christianity, have to do with creation and healing. So it precedes Norse stuff. Being surrounded by snakes in a dream is not a bad thing. Being chased or bitten by a snake is a bad thing. So when you're surrounding you and they're not aggressive, that is a good thing. Got to kind of think of it as divine protection. I am a Christian questioning my faith. Internet Fun 1. All right, Internet Fun. Now, I'm not here to convert you or tell you Christianity is bad. But I will recommend you one book, Internet Fun 1, that will allow you to make up your own mind. Okay? Because trying to convince you is no different than being born into a religion. So I'm going to give you the name of a book, and you can get the free PDF off of Google, so you don't even have to buy it. Okay? And what this book does is give you factual information in regards to what is taught in the Bible, where it actually came from. Because the vast majority of what is in the Bible did not originate there. Okay? And then you decide for yourself how you feel. Okay? So the name of this book, that what you want to type into Google, is Bible Myths and Parallels. Then make a space. Put capital T. Make a space. Capital D-O-A-N-E. That's the author, T. Doan. And then another space and put free PDF. It will pull you up 2 copies of the book. No one has to know you're reading it, so you don't have to have it there. But most importantly, is this is researched information. So there are several pages of bibliographies that show you that this was not somebody's opinion. Read that book and decide. It will enable you to decide for yourself. Yeah, I think I can type it in. Hold on. I can't. Let me. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll do it. Bible. So you can. Bible myths and. Whoops. Parallels. T. Doan. Free PDF. Okay. I wrote it in there. So that will also, should you choose to leave Christianity, that will alleviate all of the Christianity brainwashing guilt associated with hell and Satan and all that stuff, and gotta have Jesus, because it's going to explain everything and give you the factual evidence from where it from, and they back it up with their citations, with their resources. I've only read volume 1. That's the oldest one that I'm aware of. And it had everything in it. Don't know, but if I... Thank you, S. Lamb. Do you know about Atlantis or things are closely associated with it? Does anybody else want me to talk about that? Because it's not a resource that I'm giving you. Does anybody else want me to talk about Atlantis and Pleiadians and all that shit? Okay. Do I want to talk about this? What time is it? 3:23? Let me get some tea. And then I'm going to tell you one part of it comes from when I was dead, and one part of it comes from archaeological evidence. So, let me get some tea and pee. Oh my God. I'm too fat for all this. Get some tea. If you want to go, go. Go. If you want to go, go. I'm not holding you back. My groceries are still on the floor. Hold on. All right. Tetley tea. All right. Are y'all ready to go down this rabbit hole with me? I'll definitely be uploading this one to YouTube because we're about to go down one heck of a rabbit hole. And just so y'all know, if TikTok cuts me off in the middle of this live, I will go to YouTube Live. Okay? We're going down the rabbit hole of Atlantis and all that crap. You okay, Bob? Okay. So, if they cut me off from here, then I'll go to YouTube Live. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm not going to involve the Book of Enoch in this one. All right. So. All right. I don't know if any of y'all have noticed that when I talk about monotheistic religions, I only talk about two. Okay? The two, I only talk about disliking and the damage that happened from two. And that would be, okay? That was an accurate vision, Shadow. You will never hear me talk about Judaism, the Jewish faith, because it is so misunderstood by people outside of Judaism. The other two are Judaism's severely disabled children. They really got twisted. So, does anybody know what henotheistic is? Henotheistic. H-E-N-O. Maggie does. I'm not surprised. No, it's not woman. Okay. Henotheistic is when you choose to follow one God over all the others. Hold on. Somebody keeps fucking texting me. I'll be right back. Hold on. Somebody keeps fucking texting me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Does everybody see me? Right, but Christians deny that. Did y'all see that? It didn't happen in real life. All right. Judaism, and if you don't believe me, go ask one of the scholastic rabbis, because we know how the neo-Jewish TikTok people, they can't stand me. Judaism is a henotheistic religion. Hold on. The people are saying, are y'all freezing now? I'm going to keep moving my hands. Is anybody else still froze? La la la. Go back out and come back in. Everybody with me? We all good? Okay. So, Judaism is henotheistic. And they know that. And the thing is the Bible, the Old Testament, we massively messed up that translation. I think on my playlist on YouTube that says Silly Christians, I properly translate the 7 days of creation for you guys. And I had several of my Jewish scholastic friends verify that translation. So when in the days of creation, first of all, it does not say God created the heavens and the earth. First of all. That's my bird messing with this bell. It does not say El created. It says Elohim, which is gods. The gods created the heaven and the earth. More than one. It's a plural. Okay? And it wasn't God who created Adam and Eve. It was the gods created mankind in the image of themselves. Okay? And they're very plain about that. They know what it says. Now, the story of the Exodus story and becoming God's people, no, I'm not getting into that's irrelevant. We're not classifying yet. Now, that is when one of the gods, which I think it's most commonly known as Yahweh, he chose those people. So that's when the writings in Hebrew go from being Elohim to just God. So one of them chose, saved the Jewish people. And that is the Jewish God. So for the Jewish faith, there is no one above that one. You follow me? And so when I say that the entire Bible is effed up, I'm not kidding. Okay? But in the creation story, if you read from the Hebrew thing, and the reason I'm telling you this is the oldest written copy we have. Yes, I'll upload it to YouTube. I don't remember the exact verse, but in the regular Bible, it says he looked upon the earth and it was full of, like dirt and fire or whatever. But that's not what it says in the original text. What it says is it became barren and rocky and on fire. It became that way. This is important that you stay with me. All right? So that little thing that we get wrong when it's translated, as in it wasn't that way, and then it became that way when they looked upon it. Okay? Y'all with me? I'm not saying anything about a war god. I didn't say that. Maggie did. So you follow me? It became that way when they looked upon it. They were like, oh my God, what happened? And so if you notice, it is at that point that they then start putting shit on the planet. Okay? So what was it before then? Why did it become that way? So that for me, now this is me taking years of different readings and putting it together. That's why I said y'all got to follow me. All right. So let's take that information that we now know, that for us in the original Judaic text, it became that way. It was something else, and then it became all barren and crappy and yucky and unlivable, and then they added stuff to it. Okay? So we're going to take that and we're going to set it over here in box A. Is everybody with me? Something was going on, and then something bad happened and it became that way. So there was something there before that we're not told. We're going to take that and we're going to put it in box A. All right. Now we're going to step over into the oldest text. Not a cosmic war, y'all. Stop. No war. Can I finish my story? All right. We're going to put that and we're going to step over there. And then we're going to step over into some of the oldest Hindu texts. I believe this reflects in some of the early Buddhism too, but we're going to talk about Hindu earth cycles. Okay? And I can't remember the name for it, but I think they're called yugas. So this is one complete cycle of the earth, and then an apocalypse happens, and then there's another cycle of the earth, and then an apocalypse happens, and then there's another. And these are really fucking long, okay? And according to the calculations, I believe we're in the third one. Yugas, thank you. I believe we're in the third yuga. And according to these texts, the first one didn't have people-type beings on it. The second one did. And then now we're in the third one. And I think there's one more. Kali Yuga, is that it? I think there's one more. Or no, we're in, the final one is Kali Yuga. Okay. And then there's one more after us. Okay. So, let's put that there. So there was a Yuga before us with a whole earth cycle. I can't remember how many years it is. And there were I'm not talking about giants. Human-ass people, but not us there. And then, let's put that there. Here we go. Put that in box B. Okay? Stay with me. I get complicated. So now we're going to go down of one of the weird-ass shit that I learned when I was dead. Okay? So, I have zero basis for this. This is what I was told when I was dead. They told me weird shit. So, you hear the word starseed thrown around. Right? And they'll be like, I'm a higher elevated alien that was reincarnated into a human body to help humanity rise above. Okay? That's not what I was explained to me. Okay? Because this is what I was told to happen. That second yuga had human-like beings on it. At the time the apocalyptic event happened. Somebody's weed eating outside. Okay? Listen, follow me now. Millions of lives were yeeted in one event. And contrary to popular TikTok belief, you do not reincarnate on other planets. If you are from Earth, that's where you go back and reincarnate. Okay? So you have billions of these beings that were on that second yuga were more advanced up here. Okay? They all got wiped out at once. Millions of people got wiped out at once. That was the Atlanteans. That was the Lemurians. That was them. Okay? And they had to wait for bodies to evolve to reincarnate back in. So imagine that you are more advanced up here. And of course, it's not millions of years to them. They're on the other side. So when the bodies come available, they're us. They're Denisovans. They're Neanderthals. They're Homo sapiens. So now you're being reborn into a body that the mind is not advanced enough. No, dude. No. Yugas are no. I'm talking millions of years or more. So they had to hang out until they had a body to come back in. So they do feel like they're aliens. Because when you reincarnate, you don't remember. They do feel alien. They do feel they can see things broader. They do want to help people. That's what they were. So the Atlanteans and Lemurians and all that shit that you hear weren't aliens. They were from the last Yuga. And when you get reborn, you tell these stories come about. Because we can see, even if you don't want to believe it, even the earliest cave paintings before we could talk, there were alien-esque things that came down from the sky and talked to us. Okay? So these stories were carried on. So by the time you get to the Sumerians that are telling us about space and the original group that came down, did the deities and the Anunnaki, that might not even have happened this time. That could have happened back in the last Yuga. And they're passing on these stories. But now, a civilization has learned to write. So in the Bible, in box A, where it says, and it became barren and crappy and whatever, that leads me to believe that that was the end of the previous Yuga, which reduces the earth to nothing again. Okay? So I think what we have now are stories. I don't think the Anunnaki came down this time. Unless it was an astronomically long time ago. There is one iffy spot. Yuga, Y-U-G-A, is the Earth cycle. There is one iffy part where I was like, maybe they did. And that is out-of-place artifacts. Okay? These artifacts make no sense. There's no reason for them to be there. They should not be there. So there's been gold chains, necklaces, in coal. Do you know how long it takes to make coal? Coal! We have a spark plug thing that's inside of a rock. We have the London hammer. I'm not talking about ancient aliens. I'm talking about the ones that I knew about before ancient. I'm 46. This stuff was around before ancient aliens. There have been, listen to me now. You can look this up. They have opened coal and there was a fucking toad in it. And the toad woke up and left. That Egyptian light is one drawing in one place in all of Egypt. So don't jump. So they have found golden jewelry in coal. They have found like logging chains in coal. They have found wheels, wooden wheels in coal mines. So there are a lot of out-of-place artifacts that you cannot explain away with the current timeline. You just can't. You just can't. Yeah, a toad. Yeah, look it up. So there is something else that happened here in this Yuga. With out-of-place artifacts, I'm talking about now. There's something, the last Yuga would be many millions of years ago, okay? If you look up Yuga, it will tell you how long a Yuga is. But in this Yuga, we have some out-of-place artifacts. And now there were some frauds that people tried, but we have legitimate shit, and we're like, whoa, what is that doing here? That's impossible, right? So people have they have come after the guy who has the London hammer, and he won't give it up for testing by a museum. But do you know why? Do you know why? Because when the Smithsonian gets a hold of stuff, you never get it back. They say it's a fraud and you never see it again. Such as giants. Smithsonian has all of them. Went across the world getting them all. And then they're like, I don't know, we lost all of them. And we're like, really? Like, now the giants weren't actually ridiculous. They were like, I think the tallest one was like 10 feet tall. Who's asking me that? Shadow, I can't talk about that in here. It probably does go to the Vatican, but y'all need the Vatican. You don't realize that, but you need the Vatican. But, so the guy who owns the London Hammer won't let it be tested. And I'm all for it. But what? Liar. Why? A lot of people ask me why. Why would they hide that? It's really simple. It would cause one of the worst religious wars on the face of the World War. It would cause absolute world war. Period. If you think about the mentality of the extremist evangelical Christians, and you had anything that they're going to grab on and say it's proof of Jesus, all the Christians are going to go haywire. And we're going to have a world war. And I don't feel like having a world war over two people's nursery rhyme books. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to die for your Mother Goose story. So, that's the holy war it's going to be between Islam and Christianity. That's my point. I'm not dying for either version's Mother Goose story. I'm not doing it. It'd be ridiculous. But anyway, that's how I think that because of what they told me starseeds were when I was dead and how they explained it, I was like, oh. You know, it looks like that smoke's coming out of my head. I don't want to get into the Vatican again. I've already done that on one of my lives. Oh, no, the knowledge about what I told you about what starseeds actually are, that I don't have proof of that. That was when I was dead. I said that in the beginning. I think Rh negative blood is tied in with the out of place artifacts. I think there were human beings here previously, and y'all thinking in a little time. I'm talking about a couple million years ago, and whether it was snowball Earth or whatever happened, there were some stragglers that survived. If you look at the Basque region, it is a basin surrounded by a fortress of mountains. So if there was a place on Earth where some of the older original human beings would have survived, that would have been a good place. And that's what I think that is. And that's why it doesn't mesh with other bloodlines, because you had humans re-evolve again. Animals re-evolve. I give you the example of the quail all the time. That one rail that went extinct, and then when the island came back to the surface, the bird flew back over there and re-evolved into the exact same animal. So I think that's it. It's just the bloodline from the humans that were here a few million years ago. No. Because the reason why is I don't think there's a missing link. Hey, cat. I don't think there's a missing link. I think that there's not a lot of dead humans to find. Because if you look at the jump from Homo ergaster to Homo sapien, that is impossible time-wise, evolutionarily. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It cannot be done. And so I think that we were just in smaller numbers further back. And since there's not a lot of us to dig up, it's going to take them a very long time. But every time they dig up, they find an older one. So I think it's only a matter of time that... and we moved everywhere a lot longer ago than we're finding that out too. What's the relationship they have with water? According to every... trying to think, there's not one, except for Christianity and Islam. The creator God of man starts out or is drawn or depicted as half fish. And I wish we could follow that back. I think half fish is, not that they were actually half fish, but yeah, Inky was one of them. Yep. They, and even the Gomos, Nuwa. So almost every creator God is associated with water, in some way. The one that created or had some hand in creating people. Right. And one thing that could you stop licking? Jesus Christ. One thing I find interesting is we are the only member of the ape or monkey family that is born with blubber. Just us. And no scientist can tell you why. We are born to float in water. And we have less fur. That is a water adaptation. Yes, our fat layer, in scientific terms, is blubber. And we're born with it. And we also have the adaptation of less hair, which is involved in water. Well, all mammals spend 9 months, or a lot of months in water. But it makes you wonder. I wouldn't doubt that, Chameleon. But we don't have a scientific reason, because there is absolutely nothing in the geological record of any predecessor of humanity in the tree at all that has anything, any kind of fat blubber layer at all. And so that's how you got that book from the 70s, Aquatic Ape. That's why babies, except for Jaded, that was my dog stretching, they hold their breath as soon as they hit the water. And they float. If you put a baby cat in the water, it's going to breathe in water. So, whale family doesn't. They hold their breath. Seals, otters, all those instinctually hold their breath when they hit the water. I know, Chameleon. I'm sorry if I glitched. I'm back. I've been told there are underwater portals. I know there's supposed to be access to outer space at the bottom of the ocean. And as strange as it sounds to me, I ain't never been to the bottom of the ocean. Maybe there is. But I can't say if there is or not. I know we've had plenty of time to map the ocean floor. That's what I know. We've had plenty of time and plenty of technology to remotely map the seafloor. The whole thing. And yet they're like, no, we don't know. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know what is down there. Yeah, they say 5%. I think that's a big load of bull. Come on now. We can map the surface of Mars. We can map the surface of Pluto if we wanted to. And you want me to tell me that you don't know what's on the ocean floor? Okay. And of course, Americans are like, okay, we can't see it. Like, what? And so all I say is, I ain't never been down there. So no matter how preposterous something sounds, how the hell do I know it's not down there? Oh, no. Hey, Bella. Right, this doesn't want us to know. It's the same reason we ain't been back to the moon. Don't go up there. From what I've seen, no, the Kraken is not real. It's based off of something really horrifyingly huge that they came in contact with, but I haven't seen anything that denotes that the Kraken, when you think of the Kraken in mythology, is real. There's a fire-breathing pink element on the bottom of the floor. There probably is. I'm not going to tell anybody it's not down there. Hollow Earth is just not possible. From scientific standpoint, it's just not possible. In other words, when you see the Aurora Borealis on our magnosphere, cannot happen if there was a hollow Earth. It's just no. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't or want. Could you stop licking? Jesus! I'm not saying that there couldn't be a cavernous area, but it's just not possible. Kat, you know why you can't enter these conversations. There's no dome, y'all. There's no dome. We don't know they fought with merfolk. Stop thinking, Jesus. We don't know that there's merfolk. If they are, it's probably like the original. If I had to really go there, since we have blubber, then I would think that maybe that was some of the original peeps. No, I don't want you giving things away, Kat. Lots of people don't need to know things. No, I didn't encounter any such thing. I'm talking about people that live in the water. Yeah, the serious people. The serious bee occupants that are here. Look, there are some things that people don't need to know until they have better discernment. Am I Jesus? No. So it's not gatekeeping. You just have to have a good level of discernment before you go to learning about other things. Chameleon, I believe you. Am I Jesus? I do, but just like when I tell your story, Kat, I don't know if y'all know Cat and Boots. She's commenting in here, right here, Kat. Does anybody in here not know my story with Cat and Boots? Because I learned a lot. I learned something about myself. Does anybody in here not know the story between me and Cat and Boots? No, I said not know. Do you not know? You don't know. You don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So let me tell you the story about me and Cat and Boots. So I haven't been on this app very long when a video came across my feed. This woman said that she had to disable the power in all the Moldavite on the planet. And I was like, that is crazy. I was like, I just saw a video, you guys, where this woman said that she had to deactivate a certain part of Moldavite for all the Moldavite on the planet. Right? And I was like, she's crazy. She's crazy. A couple months go by. I had Cat blocked. And It ain't been a month, Brooklyn, really? And somebody said, Cat in Boots is talking about your travel protection keychain, but she's blocked. And Cat knew, and she was like, I know I'm blocked because somebody get this message to her. So here I have Cat in Boots, that I think is crazy, tell me that one of her friends' cars in the area and their car got flooded, and they had my travel protection chain, and their car cranked up and drove them out of the area and saved them. Well, I can't go speak to Kat now to share her story. To me, I can't go speak to her now unless I tell her what I thought about her and what I said. I just don't work like that. So I started talking to Kat, and I wanted to get her on phone. I wanted to see her. And so when I first started talking to her, I tell her that the shit you say is crazy. I think you're crazy. So I want to talk to you on the phone. Video. So while I'm talking to her, her kids are in the room, whatever, she's doing her thing. And it is obvious that Kat is not crazy. You can kind of tell that when you're watching a mother interact with their children and do stuff like that. She's not crazy. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, this lady is not crazy. What comes out of her mouth is crazy. So how do I reconcile that? So at first, Kat was like, look, I know you think I'm crazy. I'm like, actually, no, now I don't think you're crazy, but I'm just going to go with it for a little while. So then some time went by, and I mentioned I had a headache or whatever. And Kat goes, she texted me. She was like, you want me to stop your headache? And I was like, sure. Sure, Kat. Well, she stopped it. And I was like, suspicious. Maybe that was circumstances. So the next couple of times I got a headache, I would ask Kat to stop it. And she could stop it. Do I know how? No. I don't know how Kat does what she does. Okay? And I don't know why Kat sees the stuff that she sees. But what I do know is that Kat is not crazy, and that Kat and Captain Kate can heal you through distance. So that's what I told my people. I was like, look, let me tell you about my growth that I had with Kat. But what I learned was, and why I'm always thankful for Kat, because we've gotten really close since then, well, as close as I'll let us be since then, is that you don't have to understand something for it to work for you. And I had never come across that before. Never come across it before. And since then, some stuff that I've done to help Kat and the other group before, I just did it. I didn't know what I was doing. I just did it, So that was a big thing that I learned from her, that it doesn't matter if you don't believe that Kat changed all the Moldavite. It doesn't matter if you don't believe that Kat switched around the Salem situation. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do know for a fact she's not crazy, and I do know that she can heal you over a distance. That was a lesson I need to learn. And Kat is always pushing me in a healthy way to learn more of her stuff. And I'm just like, no, I can't do that right now. For real. But I'm going to go now. So we've had a good long talk. I'm going to go. I'll probably upload this to YouTube. Probably tonight or tomorrow. Okay? All right, so everybody say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.